Holler if you hear me, and welcome to this, our 5,000 subscriber celebration right here, right then, right now. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Here we are. It happened up here at last for now, finally. And well, it is feeling really good. Although at the very same time, I told you we would celebrate with cake and all that, and with, popping something. Well, the bakery was closed today, but we were able to go and get a little bit of this. So let's go and rake this one open right there. Yanking this little thing off as we bring on the big time, the good time, the fun time, the popular time. Because aren't I the popular one right now? Apparently, from what I've been looking up all day since I reached 5,000 over last night, since literally in the middle of watching Oklahoma beat Michigan, I saw that we had passed 5,000 subscribers. So I thought, well, what are we going to do now? Hey, how about we go and get tomorrow's big celebratory stream ready to go, which is what I've been doing. And well, it appears that this is now the time of when you show that, oh, wait, your channel's really arrived, and this is making you more open to situations like sponsorships or situations like collaborations with other channels. Aha. Now we got it open, just like that. But if that's the case, well, then let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and enjoy this. Oh, yeah, some of that went up my nose. Oh, yeah, that went up my nose. Let's put that down. And some went on the shirt right here. Then again, there's plenty of other stains on this shirt, so I got to go and definitely get this washed. Oh, for sure. You're going to see me. This is getting put in the wash. And yes, for sure. This is actually new. The denim, the Levi right here is something I thought, well, hey, how about we go and get something new to celebrate? And well, this was certainly, by comparison to a party hat, much more, let's say, expensive. But hey, it is something new since, hey, we've grown up a bit there. We've moved up a bit in the world now, being up to 5,000. Now it's just a matter of getting to the other 5,000. And considering that I checked, and we are just about 3 weeks shy of it having been a full year since I reached 4,000 subs. So yeah, subscriber growth over the past year definitely slowed down compared to last year, where we reached, I believe, 3, then 4,000 within last year. So and this one's definitely been a situation of having to go and do fighting against the little algorithmic disadvantages and all that. But then there was the big boom that we got with the Charlie Kirk video that I recently had done. Although now I can't help but notice that in more recent videos since then, that videos I've done that lead to situations involving South Park, where it seems that those videos wind up getting almost exclusively suggested to the corprophages that will be recommended the video, because then purposefully being recommended those South Park apologists that will then hate watch and downvote. Okay, right there, since they probably didn't like how many thousands of votes and an overwhelmingly positive reaction and positive comments were being left my way over that Charlie Kirk South Park video. So we all know how the algorithm goes out of its way to mess with those channels that do not agree with what they want to hear. But of course, Vosh coming from money and having the right politics, so he can go and get all of the success handed to him. But then again, that's what Nepo baby bitches like him that scream about socialism all day long. That's what they're used to. That's what they always get. So we've got that to think about and that to go on to, keep being reminded of as this keeps on happening. But hey, we're here right now to get it going. And now let's see if I can try this again without any of this going up my nose. Great success. Oh, yes. Yes, great success. Not like my neighbor Nusunantu Yagbai. He is pain in my assholes. I get a window from a glass, he must get a window from a glass. I get a step, he must get a step. I get a car Gladio, he cannot afford. Great success. And well, I want to show off something I saw through Imageor.com, where somebody went and made a channel diagnostic, or no, it was a chart showing all the different types of channels and percentages of how successful you are, or what percentile your channel is in if you have this many subscribers and so on. So let's go in and show this right here. Yeah, your channel is more successful than you think. I took all channels with 5 subscribers or more, which is, according to this number, 39,584,300 channels, and used Social Blade to find the global rank by subscribers. I used the rank of multiple channels as close to the subscriber marks as I could find, 1,000, 1,000, 10,000, 1 million, etc. as I could find. I found the average rank and calculated the percentile a channel of that size would fall in as of October 1st, 2020. All right. And let's see. Oh, here's actually all the numbers that goes down there, showing them from 5 all the way up to 100 million. And there's only 2 channels that have past 100 million. Okay. But then you see in this little graph right here. So here I am. Yeah, 1,000 is when you get monetized. But then look at this, 5,000 subs. According to this, 4.60%. So I am now under the 5 percentile right there of channels. Apparently, it's less than 5% reaches 5K subs. So that means, okay, maybe now you know why it was such a monumental thing that took almost a year for me to reach, after the last time I was able to get to another K was 4K subs. And also me not being somebody that's going to either obsessively scream at, the Walt Disney Company, especially if you're a Disney hating, anti-woke kind of channel, and you're going to start that after the algorithm put the clamp down on all those channels that had unprecedented growth by yelling at Disney about The Last Jedi and Captain Marvel. Or being somebody who's not a legal expert, but is going to go and keep on rambling for multi-hour streams about some court case as if you are a legal expert, or then, being some lawyer, even though your, legal firm was very shady in a podunk town and your law degree came from a school that's not even an accredited law school anymore. No, none of that stuff, none of that shit. And yet, or being somebody who just started a channel back in the very early days of the format of the site, of the platform, so you're able to go and grind, but by having been there long enough, been there in the earlier days, there was less of that Google corporophagia to go and try to make sure anybody that speaks ill of Obama or speaks ill of Hollywood is not going to get an easy time earning any kind of recommendation. So, and there's also this one right here from this site here, Tim Queen is the channel. How many YouTube channels are there in 2025? Well, according to this, there's over 113.9 million. Only 4.4% of the 2.6 billion active YouTube users created their own channel. And this article breaks down the total number of those channels and shows you how many channels have more than 100 or 1K, 10K, 100K, 1 million, 10 million, 50 million, and 100 million subscribers. So let's see. Well, there's this worm right here, and then there's this ant right here. That's nice. The 10,000 subscribers makes you an ant. So that means I'm between a worm and an ant right now. Interesting, they also have this statistic right here for 100,000 is what looks like it might be a mantis. When I was coming home earlier today from church, I saw they actually had a praying mantis right there. And a praying mantis was flying around on my front porch. And also, besides that, today also in church, they were talking about that teenage boy who died of leukemia that was like a big influencer. Yeah, well, that guy actually wound up. Now he's the youngest to ever achieve sainthood. And they talked about that in church this morning, so that was nice. And we've got Juliet right here saying good morning to Peach Fan Ann, and well, good morning to me and everyone else in the chat there. Peach Fan Ann saying, yes, many congrats to you. All your hard work is paying off. And Juliet says, yes, congrats on 5,000 subscribers here and to the next 5,000. Well, then, in that case, let's hope for Juliet's sake we can do another drink that is not going up my nose. Oh, yeah, that went down smooth. Oh, right. So there's moving down is there. They skipped from 1,000 to 10,000, so this one's not quite accurate, although it being as of this year, this calendar year, saying that there's 113.9 million channels is that's a lot of channels out there. That's a lot of channels out there. So, I keep thinking about it when building up this channel like this, what I've been doing. It's kind of like pro wrestling, where you're out there and there's those that come on in and they have the right connections or the right notoriety before getting in there, and they're able to just get the career handed to them on a silver platter because of some nepo baby crap, or because they already had some major notoriety from somewhere else and then went into wrestling, like say with Ken Shamrock in the 90s, or more recent years with I think Logan, no, is it Jake Paul, or one of the Paul brothers, that sort of crap, or somebody who just walks in, had no experience, but then they're able to immediately become a big success within a year or so, like say Bill Goldberg with WCW. Then there are those, more often than not, who there are people who will have a whole career where they keep on performing and they perform and perform, and their life is pro wrestling. And yet there they are. You never see them go anywhere near the big shot, the big time of like the WWE, or even like in Japan, like New Japan Pro Wrestling, which is the WWE over there in the land of the rising sun, which has a huge wrestling business and following. Like that, you get these people that where they're living out of like a van or something their whole life, but they're working the indie scene and they have a career, and their notoriety is enough that they're able to get from driving for hours on end to get to one $200 wrestling gig after another. But then you get those that are going through that indie scene. They start out and they're performing, whether they went to a wrestling school or if they just started by getting into like dirty, unregulated, underground, borderline kind of promotions where they're performing in bingo halls or in school gyms or in backyards with a ring set up or what have you. And they just work that out, and they're able to get that sort of experience where then they're able to actually start getting really real paying gigs. And those paying gigs are minuscule things, but then they're able to, when they get that time in the ring, or that time on the mic, they're able to go and just bust their ass and get enough attention that they earn one follower, one fan, and then another. And wherever they move, they're able to keep in touch with that fan base that likes what they're doing, and they're able to really reach out and really connect personally with that fan base. And then it takes years upon years of going through some developmental promotion after another, some indie promotion, and then maybe they'll get a contract with a WWE or what have you that has some little indie promotional outfit where that's where they'll go and get talent under contract to go and get that professional seasoning, where under the inspection of those higher ranking WWE officials, those producers, those creative types, they'll observe what they're doing in that regional promotion in Ohio or in California or something. And with enough attention and enough time, then they say, okay, this is somebody that then we can bring up into some bigger area, into our bigger promotion, where now they get the chance to have, actual WWE matches, or even nowadays, in the last years or so, with NXT being now a weekly show with its own set of pay-per-views separate from the WWE, where it's new talent getting to show off what they do. But now there they are as this young up-and-coming talent working on a national TV kind of platform and all that, or at least now they're with Netflix instead of with that regular old TV. But you still have that chance to work. And I mean, considering what it is that I've been doing, how long I've been doing this, professionally starting this out, and really doing the channel and really doing content since late in 2019. This has been 6 years almost of me doing this. And yeah, I definitely much am one of those where I did not get this shit has not been handed to me based on who I'm friends with. This isn't Drunk 3PO. This wasn't me being a rich kid who had the right politics and was friends with the right pedo, through his Discord. So I was able to then get a following handed to me as well, like with Vosh. No. Or this wasn't me jumping into a scene when there was a lot of money to be made with going on about The Last Jedi or Captain Marvel. So no, this is me getting 5,000 is me having earned it. Okay. And I'm guessing it shows between the people here that have been coming to the chat. You've got Peach Fan and you got Juliet, and now the Peter Venkman fan site saying, congratulations on 5K, Luke. Well, thank you there, my lady, to Venkman fan site right there. The fact that, well, I know what shaving is and that vegetables are for eating and not for putting up your butt or for recoiling in fear from, and that I've actually performed a sit-up in the last 5 years maybe that's why, and that along the fact that because of those things, I'm able to actually earn female audience members who actually watch me for they like what I do, and that I am not some physically repulsive doofus. Maybe now you know why I don't need a bunch of Reddit morons that are clearly just Vaush using sock accounts to make idiotic posts like saying that Vaush is unironically hot. No, he's unironically a creepy serial sex criminal, and you're an idiot, Vaush, for using a sock account to post that shit. And of course, making sure it's one of the first Google image, one of the first things that's linked when you go and look them up on Google Images. But yes, Venkman fan site there, considering that it's all been women subscribers that have been coming in here in the beginning of the stream to celebrate, it shows, well, now you know why I'm not somebody who was friends with Nerdrotic in the right time of when that algorithm was still open towards anti-woke channels. So then being some angry bearded little man in Florida yelling into a webcam for minutes on end like a histrionic gorilla like Ryan Kennel, no, that's why I actually have a female audience, unlike those kind of guys. Some of us actually earn our female audience. And if anything, the technical improvements that the channel has developed over this past year or so pretty much entirely are thanks to the women in my life, between my mother and my sister, as well as my cousin Elena. So you have that's what makes it hilarious when you see me doing the content I do that gets on the bad side of South Park apologists or veto defenders or Vaush sociopaths, and they tell me to touch grass. They call me a virgin. Is that why I have so many female audience members that are confirmed actual human women in my audience, as opposed to dudes posing as women with sock accounts to try to lift up some idiot's ego and pretend that there's any women that are interested in him because they're perpetually angry they never got laid in high school without using chloroform? Well, sorry about that. That's the kind of guy I am. That's the kind of female audience I'm able to go and get and cultivate. And well, we will drink to that for the sake of Venkman fan site. A little bit right here. And especially this year, another one would be of people coming into the streams I was doing from the hospital, thanks to the Peter Venkman fan site, who I saw on Twitter was actually boosting the links to those streams as that was happening. I vividly remember seeing that and being shown the Twitter post where Venkman through fan site through Twitter was showing these links, was sharing the links on X of what was going on when I was streaming from the hospital. So that was incredible. That was great of her. Another example of actually having women in the corner, women that are actually women, not Portlandia staff writers like the Leering Daria extras and circular soytards that make up so many other channels out there who have completely astroturfed followings. But enough about Jonathan McIntosh. We already know about that freak. So this was amazing. This has been astounding. This has been great and great and great. And we'll actually also you see statistics of how the channel's been moving like this. I see the monthly audience when it comes to the audience on the channel analytics, that so far the monthly audience now has been 93.8% new viewers, with they've got 5.3 being casual viewers. That is very nice. That is cool to see how many new people have been coming in and moving in, and especially the shorts I've been doing lately where it's me been doing more flipbook animations, but doing them based off of lessons out of the Animator's Survival Kit is very, very nice, which means, as of course, not too far from now, you'll be seeing flipbooks showing things like maybe the likes of Earthworm Jim, or maybe even Bugs Bunny, or maybe even my own creation right there, Slick, which our $19.99 a month channel members are getting the update of the Slick comic 1 page a week, which is a faster, more consistent work pace that Ethan Van Sciver has been doing with his dwindling subscriber numbers, where he was like around or hovering near 150K at his peak, which is part of why I would love to be able to get past 150K when it comes to subs. So then I could say that, every single one of those Comics Day idiots, I have a bigger following then. And already, it's already nice to see the likes of Doug TenNapel or Dave Finch, both professionals that have done comics for years, both of them having much larger followings than that revolting idiot right there, which is very, very nice to see as well. And, it's a little bit of a give them a golf clap, although I'm pretty sure Dave Finch and Doug TenNapel, neither of them golf. as we got some people saying good morning to each other. Yes, yes, yes. This is definitely I can see clearly now the rain is gone kind of night. Even if you're not that knowledgeable about the work of Jimmy Cliff, but hey, it's still fun. It's a fun time we've got right here. And the good times rolling and rolling on like a rolling stone. Very fun. Oh, so much. And you see us now, we reach the 4.60 percentile of channels. So now the other 5,000 to get to the 10,000 subscribers goal I've had for a while, well, that would get to the 3.06 percentile of channels right there. Yes, we've moved that far. That's how much of an uphill battle to get from 4.60% to 3.06%. Ja, 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 ja. They're very, very German. Yes, they're very German. Eiswein, Eiswein. We have that chance. We have that time. And it definitely makes up for the humiliation of seeing Oklahoma beat Michigan last night. But then again, remember, ever since when it comes to the things that have changed in the day-to-day life since my father's death, one of them has been, not revolving my entire fall or winter season around college football. I mean, to the point where I've got other things to do in the day that don't revolve around that. So it's not that there actually such a thing as going outside. Like there was yesterday, there was such a thing as going outside and interacting with human people. Pretty much what my father was not doing for the past 5 years, except for that time we went grocery shopping, and then he proceeded to scream in a man's face in public because he overheard the man talking about voting Trump. Maybe that's why my father, and maybe that stroke of his was self-induced because he didn't want to live in a world where Trump would be back in the White House. That type of idiot. But hey, remember, that's just the sort of iron law woke projection from the idiots who can't stop screaming about how everyone else is living so backwards and everyone else is so undereducated or whatever. Although I'd like to remind you, the court documents I found that I was given to recently that showed that my sister showed me where it turns out my father had a smaller IQ than my mother. So that was very fun to find out about. And it also helped validate an awful lot of things I came to realize and came to really be able to see over the past 4 to 3 years. It's just that was confirming what I was already able to deduce. So it was nice to have that little visual aid to be able to hold up. So another nice little golf clap. Then, of course, this is what we've got with September. So September has already been getting off to a great start. And then, of course, October, we've got all the Halloween celebrations we'll be doing. Although because of now with this happening and all that, there's more and more of this month. I'm going to be doing a lot of preemptive work to get to the members only content that we've got in mind for doing Halloween related stuff. I know for sure there's the Luke at the Movies Halloween specials. And now I at least have 3 different films that I plan on doing. The Sunday streams will be movie watch along streams where it's been in the public domain since the 50s, the original Phantom of the Opera. So now 3 of the 3 Sundays out of the 4 that are going to be in October, we will be doing a movie watch along for the Phantom of the Opera, Night of the Living Dead, and The Driller Killer. So we've got now 3 of those set up. Other ones I'll be doing, including things like doing comic reviews even for comics such as, portions of Tomb of Dracula, because remember, Tomb of Dracula ran for 70-something issues, so it'd probably be better to go do some some issues of Tomb of Dracula and make it like a thing that we can do over time. Maybe then and then every Halloween do a portion of certain issues of Tomb of Dracula until we get through the whole thing. But also things like, there's the much simpler one of the long I've been seeking it, more Malibu Ultraverse Monster Comics Sludge, as written by Steve Gerber. There's many of those issues I was able to track down, but it's only, that thing only ran for 12 issues, so that's really easy to go and find and track down. So get those and finally be able to see if that lives up to the expectations I've been having that. And also, that's just a little part of things alongside, upgrading the amount of Halloween decorations that we plan to have, considering that I found a year-round brick-and-mortar Halloween store right there in that nice little movie, right in the strip mall with the AMC theater in town. So that'll be great, especially it makes up for the Party City nearby closing. But there's also going to be the Spirit of Halloween. That location is going to open in that very same strip mall where that Party City would be. And also remember, October is when I plan to get the next haircut. So there's, it'll be a good day like last year where, okay, make a day out of, all right, go there to shop and also get a haircut and make that, a thing to do. And yes, there also will be different films. I am planning on having different movies to review because there was the idea of maybe looking at the same films I did, but reviewing the same movies I did last year, but now using the new editing features and editing software access I have to go ahead and make that work and do those better. But that's a thing that channels will do, like movie review channels do later on down the line, where they're like almost a decade into their content and now they're running out of new material. So they either start reviewing movies that are supposed to be really, really popular and sacred to their audience, like the channel awesome has-beens that are still going with new content like Nostalgia Critic or Cinema Snob, or like that a channel, the James A. Janice is the guy's name, Kill Count, where he started out doing, well, he's still, that's the Kill Count is his thing, but then, he wound up doing new reviews of those Friday the 13th movies, which is where he started doing his channel started doing those reviews, and also streaming the game, the Friday the 13th game, back when that was still legally available to play. But that's all stuff that we've got looking forward to. I know for sure, getting into my Dracula finally, since I've got 2 out of 3 of the essential Marvel trades of that, which are in the long boxes in the basement. So we've got that to figure out. And also the right place to put up the nice little dartboard that I've had for a while. Fine place either here or in the bedroom to put that up. And hello to Donnie right here. And yes, I know probably this is a matter of, well, like I said about how now football is not something that I'm going to be stuck with for the entire weekend, where everything has to revolve around that. So that's why whatever's going on with the NFL right now, I mean, all right. Especially considering looking at the crap and seeing, it's going to be the Taylor Swift network these days. No, thank you. And well, thank you right there, Donnie, for congratulations. So we've got a drink to that for all the new people coming in. Like I was saying, the bakery I went to, the East Detroit bakery I go to, they were closed today. So I just wound up getting out to Kroger and getting myself this. I also got a new ketchup bottle because I ran out of ketchup for my dinner, where I got the big package of the chicken nuggets, but there's so many of them, I actually can split that into 2 different meals. So that means I've also got dinner taken care of for tomorrow as well. As people are saying hello to each other, because yes, I have a fandom that's actually, entertained and upbeat. Yes, and well, hey, Donnie loves Martinelli's as well. Thanksgiving and Christmas. Well, I don't really think of it as something to drink around Christmas. A couple years ago, when Michigan was getting into the playoffs and all that, my father would make a deal out of buying some bottles of these to go and celebrate, Michigan beating Ohio State, and then Michigan winning the Big Ten, and then Michigan winning the national title. Although all those bottles I wound up recycling upon my sister's recommendation when it came to the work I've been doing gradually over the past month, cleaning out the basement, where I finally got rid of all those boxes except for the comic book boxes, those comic book mailer packages, and the bubble mailing and all that, the bubble paper I still have down there. But the rest have all been dumped. And also there is rearranging those long boxes so that none of them are on the ground, considering the potential for flooding. Yes, people saying hello. Bankman fan site here. Yes, that's I definitely no lurking policy around here. If you're in the chat, you better communicate so that we know you're here. It's also a matter of knowing the people from the it's how we tell apart the people from those bot viewers and all that crap. And that's because when it comes to bots, when it comes to the useless irrelevancies that only subscribe to hate watch and downvote, well, that's where we go and just hold up this in order to make them scream away in terror. And then gets knocked across the face. They picked the wrong guy to mess with. And no, this is not the one that that was sent to me by my Aunt Donna. This is one I already happen to have. This is one I got from a Five Below. There's up on Gratiot, there's multiple Five Below locations. The little strip mall that has the Walmart, that's the closest to me that I go to, has a Five Below right next to it. And the other is that strip mall where there's the Panera Bread, and that's where that Spirit of Halloween is. That's where the Michaels is, and the Red Robin is, and also the Hobby Lobby is. Well, also there's a Five Below, and also in the back of that there's the actual like honest to God mall where they have the Macy's and they have the Kohl's. And yeah, the Kohl's is where this little number came from. Yes, you see the little Levi right here. I thought this would be a more unique way to celebrate and something to wear than a party hat. And that little notification was an email from my mother, so that's nice. Let's go and respond to that in real time. Great to hear. 9 channel. Past 5K subscribers. So give a little response right there. And also, let's go and plug this gentleman right in so we can keep the stream going. Sorry. Oh. The right stuff. Oh, yes. A little bit of fun, a little bit of a good time. Yes, good times. And we've also got our dolphin friend Echo right here. No, yeah, as in Echo the Dolphin, not as in Echo, which was the alien organization that John C. Lilly thought was talking to him when he was high on ketamine and or LSD, and that he thought had taken his penis away and was holding up to his face to show how Echo was in control of him. Yeah, that stuff, no. Yeah. Or yeah, around here now it should be very well known about Echo and about John C. Lilly and his dolphin communication research. And the one lady who started giving the dolphin, she was trying to communicate with hand jobs, and the other guy that was with the female dolphins in a different part of that research house, where he almost contemplated sneaking in at night to have sex with that lady dolphin. Then he stopped himself because he thought of the humiliation of this dolphin getting violent, and this dolphin wind up, flipping out on him and killing him. And there he is found dead in this tank, having tried to have sex with a dolphin. It's the dolphin equivalent of a joke I remember from Aziz Ansari stand-up act, where he talks about a friend who told him the story about one night he got so drunk that he had sex with a bowl of macaroni and cheese, and that he took the time to go and get a condom. Yes. And how Aziz looked at him and said, okay, and all the time it took for you to think about getting a condom, looking for the condom, getting the condom, unwrapping the condom and putting it on, you never stopped to think maybe I shouldn't stick my dick in a bowl of macaroni and cheese? That's a whole new species of man out there who's looking at macaroni and cheese and thinking, I gotta fuck that macaroni. That's the kind of deranged perversion that only Vito Gesualdi would defend and that only Vosh can relate to. Well, we've got vomiting emoji right there from Venkman Fansite. I think that bit is actually somewhere online. I can show you that. And hello to Kim right here, straight from Australia. That's what she was listening to when we came on, of a man having sex with a bowl of macaroni and cheese. And let's see. Let's look for that, if we can find that. All right. All right. Here we go. Aziz Ansari, mac and cheese. The macaroni and cheese fucking days are over. If this, you hear this, let's go and put that on there. Someone took that pie thing too seriously. Yes. You do know that Jason Biggs was only acting in that movie. He wasn't trying to give you inspiration or instruction on how to have sex with foodstuffs, right? You want to talk about a bizarre way to show about American overabundance versus starving children in China or in Africa? Think about the starving children in China or in Africa. But then in America, we have so much an abundance of foodstuffs that sexually frustrated teenage boys can go and get caught fucking them by their dad. It just depends on which cut of the movie. If you're looking at what you saw in the theater and it's Eugene Levy walking in on him, rubbing the pie on his dick, or is it the unrated cut where he's laying face down on the counter and he's humping the pie on the counter? And also, I've mentioned before about how, and then you wonder why, after those Pie movies were done, the best that actor could get was voicing Leonardo on the 2012 Ninja Turtles cartoon, until eventually they replaced him with Seth Green, probably because the writers could not get past the mental image of him in the role, the mental image of Leonardo being caught having sex with a pizza. What are you doing? Master Splinter, it's not what it looks like. We will tell your brothers we ate it all. Or of Leo walking in on April O'Neil masturbating to his dirty magazines, and then she makes him strip, then he prematurely ejaculates when she tries to sleep with him. Hopefully it's, Megan Fox, April O'Neil, and not the, and not the overweight black lesbian version. And hello to you. Welcome to this time, as we now have passed 5,000 subscribers tonight. Everybody give a good hello to this new gentleman. As we have our non-alcoholic celebration. Yes. But I found it. Here it is. It's the audio from the studio album, the comedy album that Aziz did, talking about macaroni and cheese.
This ever happens to you guys? You're ever at a party or something like that, and you're talking to a guy, and you think, wow, this guy is so dumb. This is the dumbest guy I've met maybe all year. What a dumb person. I cannot wait to get out of this conversation with this dumb person.
Yes, he goes by the name Hassan Piker.
And then they say something like, yeah, and I got 2 kids. And you're like, oh, no! You can't have 2 kids. You're so stupid. What are you doing raising kids? You're so dumb. You're raising murderers.
Well, then again, that's what happens to women like, Adele, who like to parade that, her son is a tranny. Same thing with David Tennant for my viewers out there in the UK, like Juliet.
This happens to me all the time. It's so terrifying. I was talking to a dude at a party. He was 26 years old. He had a 3-year-old son. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. Then a few minutes later, I overheard him telling a group of people the story about how a week earlier, he tried to have sex with a bowl of macaroni and cheese.
I told you I wasn't making this up. I told you. Do you want me to repeat again the title of the single that Bud Bundy had when he tried to have a rap career? His hit rap single, I Told Ya. I told ya.
And I said, whoa. You can't be a father and then fuck a bowl of macaroni and cheese. Once you have a kid, the macaroni and cheese fucking days are over. And he's sitting here telling people the stories like, yeah, then I put the condom on. And I was like, what'd you put a condom on for? And he's like, I'm not trying to get cheese all over my dick.
Yes. The man who is drunk and wanting to have sex with macaroni and cheese does not want cheese on his dick. Although at the same time, I do have respect for him. And also it reminds me again of entitled douchebags like my father or Charlie Sheen or the rest of the generation that accepted Hugh Hefner as the Lord and Savior, where you're supposed to go and it is your birthright to think with your dick all you want and be as promiscuous as you want. But then at the same time, contraception is everyone else's responsibility. You're less of a man for using condoms. Yeah, that's stupid shit. But then again, even a millennial drunk off his ass having sex with a bowl of macaroni and cheese is smart enough to use a fucking condom. Yes. To men like my father who all prayed 5 times a day to Hugh Hefner, you should use condoms, you selfish assholes. Somebody drunk and fucking macaroni and cheese can use a condom, but you can't, Charlie Sheen? Go fuck yourself.
As if that were a totally reasonable thing to say. As if I was the weird one for even bringing up the question. Yeah, me, the guy not fucking macaroni.
That also makes me wonder what type of aberrant mental health disorder is that going to be passed off as some kind of sexual identity? People want to have sex with foodstuffs. Is that going to make them identify as, I don't know, what would be the word? What would be the proper word for that? I don't know, caloric sexual or something? We got to spitball this name for those who are sexually attracted to, to macaroni and cheese or to warm apple pie.
And I told him, you don't understand, in this situation, putting a condom on makes everything way worse. Because that means the whole time he went to go find a box of condoms, open the box of condoms, take the condom out, open the condom wrapper, put the condom on his penis, go back to the macaroni. That whole time, he never once thought.
Correct. Actually, this is how we got to keep things simple. And yes, just simply call them fruitcakes. Fruitcakes, yes. The elegant simplicity of the Australian woman strikes again and simply says, yeah, call them fruitcakes.
You know what? Maybe I don't need to fuck a bowl of macaroni and cheese. Maybe I can do literally anything else and it'll be a better use of my time. How are you going to do something like that when you have a kid? What if his kid saw that? He'd never be able to tell that kid anything. Hey, son, be nice to people. Do good in school. Really? I saw you fuck a bowl of macaroni and cheese.
That is the ultimate win of the child over the parent. And then that will be the ultimate example of that parent having to live by the boomerific platitude of do as I say, not as I do. Since the boomers were the people who were the generation that perfected do as I say, not as I do. And we've got Nick in the chat who's sorry for being late. All right, there. Everybody say hello as he's on in here. We've got that going. All right. And yes, the Venkman fan site says more responsible with food than women. What was going to happen? Mac and cheese baby? And yes, well, Nick acknowledges this. Yeah, this was something I thought, well, this would be a little bit more, stand out and a little bit more expensive, though, than a party hat to celebrate. I just went to Kohl's and got this. Maybe once we get to like October or November, I'll get one of those fur-lined denim ones that you see people like I'll call it the Tommy Jarvis, the fur-lined denim that, if you remember, Tommy Jarvis wearing in Friday the 13th Part 6. Well, then again, knowing people like Charlie Sheen or Hugh Hefner, it wouldn't shock me if they would wind up either trying to have that bowl of macaroni and cheese to be forced into an abortion, or have that bowl of macaroni and cheese get killed and then pass it off as a suicide with so many shady circumstances that it's even shadier than how Patton Oswalt got away with killing his wife.
So why would I take your advice? By the way, I'm 3 years old. My language skills are very impressive. Maybe I should just ride this shit out on my own.
And well, Nick, if you want to know the context of that, we were it was a bit where I brought up the comedian Aziz Ansari talking about hearing somebody talk about having sex with a bowl of macaroni and cheese. And I just wanted to play that clip to prove to you that no, that was real. And also that, well, I forgot about the bit where he starts the joke talking about when you meet somebody or you hear somebody, and then when you're listening to them, you think, oh my God, this person's so dumb. And how, well, that's exactly what I thought when I first heard Hasan Piker speak. But if you thought Vaush was an example of having the right politics and the right connections and being born in money, well, Hasan Piker is Vaush, but just more so. Actually, no, that's not from the movie Funny People. That's a totally different thing. That's I remember that movie. Yeah, I remember Aziz being in that, but I remember that's him talking about Cold Stone Creamery. And also, I was thinking about that the other day when I kept bringing up Hulk, and I talked about, well, how finding out about how the guy who played Banner in that Jennifer Connelly Hulk movie, Eric Bana, was actually a comedic actor who somehow found his way into being cast in this big Hollywood lead role and this far more dramatic role than what he was used to. And it turns out that even though he was a comedian and like a sketch comedy actor by trade mostly, he had somehow gotten cast in some film in his native Australia playing a serial killer, and seeing that is what led to Ang Lee casting him as Bruce Banner in Hulk. And then looking at that, well, now you see why out of the bits of like Hollywood roles that Eric Bana did have, and if anything, his role in Funny People was about as close to anything in Hollywood he got that actually was like what he was used to. And Nick says, yeah, that was hilarious. And Nick also brings up, yeah, the 2003 Hulk is pretty good once I finally saw it and gave it a chance. I was one of those that was super hyped for it because, I mean, I knew the character from, Marvel Comics toys. And remember there were video games back then when he was still just a comic book character. And when Peter David was like in the latter days of his run, there was video games of it just based off the character's popularity in comics. Then there was the UPN cartoon, which I watched. And the movie came out. I was hyped for that. I remember even renting the video game that tied in with the movie from Blockbuster and getting the big gulp cups and the toys and all that. And it was opening night, Friday night. My mom took me and one of my brothers to see it. And I remember actually loving it. Even though at the very same time, I'll be the first to say that the movie very much had a marketing campaign that overemphasized the action and purposefully hid all of how the movie was this slower, more dramatic, paternal issues kind of drama with action scenes in it. But that definitely took its time getting to the action. If you remember the marketing, now you see why. And also, the marketing went out of its way to also hide another big unique thing about the movie being the way it used split screens to make the shots of the movie look like comic book pages come to life. That's thing that no other mainstream superhero movie's ever done. The only other movie I can think of that ever did split screens as comic book pages or panels was Creepshow, literally 20 years before Hulk. And even the end credits, I remember, the end credits scrolled out where it was like dialogue balloons and panels with panel borders and gutters and all that. And Nick with a $5 super chat said, congratulations on 5,000 subs. Well, hey, we got the first super chat of the night, so let's drink to that. And Spider-Fan is in the chat to say, congrats on 5K subs. Thank you right there. On to 5,000 more. I remember seeing it. It was a packed theater also because the marketing hype around the film plus the goodwill of the success of Spider-Man transferred over to, now we've got the other big Marvel, now the next big Marvel superhero to get his own movie being Hulk. And it was packed to the brim. That opening weekend was huge by that standard, the standard of blockbusters at that time. And then although the movie was completely not like what the marketing made it out to be, I remember loving it anyway. And I also remember vividly my mother saying after we were driving home from the theater, her saying he only cared about the monster. And in the context of Nick Nolte's character, being the idea of how he outright hates his son and only wants him for his own agenda, and how he thinks his real son is actually the Hulk and all that. So it's easy to understand what my mother was getting at by seeing that, and seeing Nick Nolte and his performance. And well, one thing that I think was like the thing that people remembered the most from the most like positive lasting legacy from the 2003 Hulk being what Spider fans talk about. I had the foam Hulk hands from that movie. Yeah, I would see those also in like football, pro and college football games. There'd be people in the stands with those big foam Hulk hands. I remember. So, and they would also get them, but then paint them different colors. Even in the early days of TNA, there was a match that New Jack had where he came into the ring with those foam green Hulk hands when him and Shark Boy were a tag team. I remember that. But that's why when it came to like when the MCU was really when that was at its height and all that, you would see all those film school virgin Disney sycophants, those people like the Nostalgia Critic, or if you remember Honest Trailers, and when they would go on about the MCU like it was the greatest thing ever, and they would go and hypocritically bash anything coming from X-Men movies or DC movies. And then looking at any non-Marvel produced Marvel Comics movie, they would talk about it like the worst things ever because blatantly they were obviously at least being paid to pretend that they were in love because they're Disney shows. But then they look at like when they did one about the 2003 Hulk and they say, here comes the most forgettable movie about a giant green monster. And I'm thinking, you hypocritical douchebag. Anybody who's anybody, and especially didn't you get the memo when every MCU worshiping Disney show, the memo is they'll scream your head off about, they will scream chapter and verse about how terrible the 2003 Hulk was with all these same talking points over and over. It's so long. It's so boring. It's so self-serious. It's so dramatic. that the guy playing Banner is boring. Nick Nolte's crazy and thinks he's in a different movie. Sam Elliott is way too good for this. Jennifer Connelly's just repeating her character from A Beautiful Mind and is boring. The Hulk dogs are terrible. It takes so long until we see the Hulk. The ending isn't a fight. It's some weird, stupid CGI avant-garde thing. Oh, that I mentioned the Hulk dogs were stupid. Oh, the split screen comic book page editing completely goes against how overly self-serious the movie is. All these talking points I've heard endlessly from all these assholes. And then the Honest Trailers people have the balls to say this movie's forgettable when anybody I know of that hates this movie will talk about how much they hate the movie as if they're reciting chapter and verse straight from this. Really? And then when it comes to the film, the MCU Hulk movie that they pretended to like so much, well, why is it that when it comes to The Incredible Hulk, they can only ever remember the film for the actors who were in it? What do people actually remember about The Incredible Hulk from 2008 besides, stop mentioning who was in it. You sound like you're repeating a Wikipedia article, even though when bitching about the 2003 Hulk, you already sound like you're repeating a Wikipedia article anyway when it comes to critical response. But well, what do you remember about the 2008 film besides Liv Tyler, Edward Norton, and then, the guy who was supposed to be the leader, and then they forgot about him for more than a decade until they finally brought him in, and he looked like a mutated piece of cauliflower with teeth. When they finally showed the leader in another MCU movie, and they made this respected character actor, Tim Blake Nelson, look like cauliflower that talked, and not like the leader. I wonder. But then again, remember, what we say about Hollywood liberals and career politicians, if they had no double standards, if they didn't have double standards, they have no standards. Same thing with the Marvel worshipers that I've had to put up with ever since about 2011 or so. When it's like, only if the movie didn't get enough box office for them before 2019, they would be allowed to about maybe 3 years later, then those Honest Trailers types and those Nostalgia Critic types would be allowed to acknowledge flaws with those MCU films, but then immediately go and change direction and change the subject to then, bitching about Hulk from 2003 or bitching about, Daredevil or something. And Nick says, yeah, the 2008 Hulk was all right, I guess, but I don't know. It was nice to have a callback to the 2008 Hulk in Cap 4, I guess. The best you can get is, I guess, when it comes to having the leader show up. And as somebody who knows what the leader looks like, whether it's the tall green head like that, or if it's the Todd McFarlane rendering of the leader where he looked like if broccoli had cancer, that's not a good sign. Just answering it. That little ding before was a text from my sister that I respond to. Since I've been sharing the news with my family about the big milestone we're doing tonight. Yeah, the classic look of the leader. He looks like Sinestro, but green, and with his head being stretched out like if he was a cone. If a cone head had hair, he looks like if Sinestro went trick or treating as a green cone head with hair. Except for that while there, if you look at the very first year or so of Peter David writing the Hulk, and they brought back the leader, but now the leader looks like he looks like a talking piece of broccoli. But then in the 11 years of David writing the Hulk, from the beginning of it up to about the end, I'm guessing there was another storyline where they had the leader go back to looking like that conehead Sinestro with a wig. Or maybe that was just something where Todd McFarlane called an audible in changing the look of the leader to make him look like talking broccoli. And yes, I've got visual aids right here, just out of frame. I can show you. we got them right here when it comes to the portions of the Peter David Hulk collection that I have. A mix and match of epic collections and omnibuses, but we can find a good page that shows in here our friend Todd McFarlane and his redesign, I would say, of the leader being the big arch enemy of our friend right here. Barring, of course, the father who beat him, because that was something that the Ang Lee movie did do in a way, but did it more less comic booky and more paternal drama way. And that's also something else I was thinking about with the people that are so angry at the movie. You mean the most literally psychologically layered Marvel superhero gets a movie made about him where you hire the director of the Ice Storm to do it, and you're surprised and disappointed that that the director puts more attention on familial drama than on smarmy quips and generic looking special effects. And I think I said this earlier about the CGI in Hulk, even for the time, may not have been some super mind-blowing thing, but all the bullshit of comparing it to Shrek or how it looked terrible, you're stupid. Especially considering that this was the year after the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie came out, and in all three of Raimi's Spider-Man films, as entertaining as they are, still that when you see Spider-Man as CGI, it's so obviously a digital effect that it might as well be a Pixar movie. Okay? But then, with the 2003 Hulk, like with a lot of the big sweeping camera shots and all of that, and the visual imagination that's actually put behind the use of CGI Spider-Man swinging around, unlike with the generic MCU slop, the 2003 Hulk also, the CGI is not, super, super perfect. Even for then, it's not aged well, even for that time or whatever. But then there's like visuals and there's attention to detail and actual filmmaking craft put into the thoughts. Like the second time you see Hulk come on up when he's put under house arrest and you see him change, and you notice how that the details of how it's not the like little changes or little differences and how he looks or his appearance as he's transforming. And the big thing that that one 2003 movie did that none of the other Hulk adaptations ever did, which was the idea of the more invulnerable and the more that Hulk absorbs damage, the bigger he gets. So when we see him transforming, the more the military is trying to shoot on him when he's under house arrest, the bigger he gets, and the more we see his clothes ripping. But it's not just immediately like you'd see on the show where it's the same thing of immediately he's the Hulk and now he's just, got the pants and that's it. No, we see how the rip goes, and even how one of his socks is still going on. And even when he's in full-on Hulk mode, one of the socks burst, but the other one is actually still going, and it's stretched to the furthest limit, but the sock is still there. Then he gets big enough, or then finally that other sock finally rips apart. And then we see the way the camera moves where he leaps up and away from the house to then go after Jennifer Connelly because Nick Nolte sent the Hulk dogs after her. We see the camera move and it goes up in the air and we move down. And then we see that in close up, this puddle that's right there on the road. But with that CGI of seeing the Hulk fly away from that big high jump, we then see goes away, disappears out of frame from what we're seeing of the sky reflected in the puddle. But then we can sort of hear him landing and the puddle ripples. The CGI puddle ripples as he landed God knows how far away with that big leap, which is the type of attention to detail and actual creative thought and using special effects for creativity, as opposed to special effects just being everything, which is what the MCU shit does, where you might as well not have directors or screenwriters even credited because it's just all shit. It's just everything is just overworked and underpaid CGI artists trying to go and do all this shit where, good special effects work requires premeditation and actually planning things and getting them the time to have a specific visual to perform and a visual to execute. That's why I say when it came to the CG that you get in Jurassic Park, it was as far back as 1991 that they decided to go and do all of the optical dinosaur shots with CG instead of with stop motion. So that meant that you had from 1991, the CG artists were starting the work on all those shots with the dinosaurs, and all those shots were storyboarded and planned out exactly, and they kept those shots exactly in plan, according to plan, so that the visual effects department and the filmmakers and the actors on these locations would know what to do and how to perform all this precisely so they could be able to integrate all these different stages, as opposed to the MCU shit where they go into filming with 10 pages of a script and think they're filmmakers. And because of the arbitrary changes and arbitrary demands for more and more post-production reshoots and rewrites and rescheduling, you've got these you've got these special effects staffs where they're looking at their quote-unquote script, and it's one sentence of a stage direction for what's supposed to be 5 minutes of big budget CGI action footage, and they're meant to come up with all this shit themselves. And on top of that, you've got a producer who keeps on changing everything arbitrarily, like when Peter Griffin was directing a stage production of The King and I. So you've got barely any script, and then suddenly you go from doing this fight scene with a Red Hulk going up against a Hulkbuster, but now suddenly it's supposed to be a 30-minute scene of the Green Hulk being a Steel Town girl on a Saturday night looking for the fight of her life. And then suddenly, in the middle of being a day away from finishing all those shots, now it's a matter of it's been the 9th nuclear war, and now Anna is a robot from the planet England. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? And then you wonder why, when it comes to VFX artists, more and more have been making complaints that have been reported by the Hollywood Reporter and Variety and all that, and talking about doing their own kind of strike or trying to form their own kind of union or grievances to file with how studios like Disney overwork them, abuse them, arbitrarily change things. And now you've got 2 months to do 800 new special effects shots because all those scenes you did, oh, wait, now you got to do them all over again. And then you wonder why I have so much more respect for the 2003 Hulk, where whether the technology was there or not, they actually had a real idea that they stuck with and that they developed and that they executed, as opposed to the idea-deprived MCU slop. Yeah, I remember that. Well, that was, I remember when I saw the 2003 Hulk in the theater, that was a big laugh in the theater of when you see Lou Ferrigno and Stan Lee doing their joint cameo where they're security guards. And then, yeah, the other one where, I will give this, since I remembered the 2008 Hulk for things besides who the actors were in it, there was that one little bit where the Stan Lee cameo actually is an important part of the plot, where the way they figure out where Bruce Banner's been in hiding in South America is a bit of his gamma irradiated blood getting into the soda where he's working in the bottling plant in South America. And we see Stan Lee, he opens up the soda, drinks it, and it gets him sick. And seeing that this elderly man's been irradiated with gamma radiation infested blood in this bottle of soda in South America, that's how the military is able to track Banner down to South America. And the details of, well, him learning about like trying to learn martial arts and learning about like breath control and breathing exercises to try and control the Hulk, which is actually another thing I disliked about the 08 Hulk versus the 03 Hulk. Like the 03 Hulk, not only did they put more thought and detail into the concept of, well, how does he become the Hulk? And the big, question to have about the origin is, how exactly does a random guy, a random, scientist nerd, how is he able to survive a gamma radiation explosion? And luckily, something that the Ang Lee version did was giving that, extra detail to the origin, where his father was a crazy scientist who was doing gamma radiation tests on himself, and poisoning himself and irradiating himself. And then when he had a kid, those genes and those gamma radiation infested genes were passed on to the son. And thinking about what his son would become, that's where, the younger version of McNulty was trying to kill him, and the mom got killed instead. And that's what got the Nick Nolte locked away in prison. And then baby Bruce Banner was sent off to, foster parents and all that. But then the whole thing of the extending and scientifically updating and also elaborating upon the origin of Banner, so that, okay, he becomes the scientist where he's working on trying to develop medical nanotechnology that's failing and failing and failing. But then there's an accident where the one nano medical experiment they do, it leads to radiation overexposure. And that's where, that becomes the new version of the gamma bomb that Branner gets infected with. And the gamma ray test infected genes of his, now with those nanomeds having gone off in him, now, it's just a matter of, it's not just, oh no, this mutated me. No, the nanomeds just awoke what was already there, which I think is actually a direct line from the movie when the Hulk goes back to Eric Bana and him and Jennifer Connelly start talking about, how did this work? What was this doing? What are these nanomeds? What had happened? And she's like, this must have infected you in this way. And she's like, no. It just woke up what was already there. And the fact that, well, unlike so many other other MCU films, where either women trying to play science roles or women trying to play action roles, at least when it comes to a science role or whatever, unlike, say, any other woman in the MCU or like Jessica Alba in the 2005 Fantastic Four, Jennifer Connelly doesn't sound like she's physically in pain trying to use any kind of science jargon. I mean, I'm not saying she's the smartest woman alive, but she's supposed to be an actress. And well, for somebody who spent the 90s basically being the Phoebe Cates of that decade, she was a good enough actress to be able to do the science lines and not sound like she's either horribly miscast, like Jennifer Lawrence in almost anything she's in, or sounding like it physically hurts. Like when Scarlett Johansson tries to say her lines with anything other than a monotone whisper. And Ruby Hoove came in to gift a channel membership. Thank you for that. So we can drink to that for our 5,000 celebration. Yeah, the Lou Ferrigno cameo in the 2008 version where he gets the free pizza. Thank you, my brother. And if I remember right, the sounds of the Hulk roars and screams and all that in the MCU movies are supposed to be Lou Ferrigno doing the voice. Like how, if I remember right, on the UPN cartoon that aired like in the last year or so of when it was Peter David writing, and that last year also, David did really good. He, even to the bitter end, where he unceremoniously got fired from Marvel, he was able to do a great job with who he had working with artistically, because in that last year or two, he had Mike Deodato Jr. still in his 90s extreme mode, and Adam Kubert, who was, well onto his way, still already a major talent at that time, while his brother Andy was still doing the main X-Men book. And just a few years or so before, Adam wound up doing all the artwork that they have on display at the Marvel Superhero Island at the Universal Florida, including the artwork they have on display at the entrance of the Hulk ride, where, of course, it's a big transformation where it's no banner to them. Rah! A composition that looks similar to the Mad Magazine cover they had for the issue that was spoofing Hulk when the movie was released, about 4 years after the Marvel Superhero Island opened. Yeah, Stan Lee drinking that soda with the gamma radiation infected in it, and it puts him in the hospital. I'll say that for the 2008 Hulk, that they at least there's an example of a Stan Lee cameo actually having something important to do with the movie instead of it being shoehorned in for hello, or some obnoxious quip like the stupid thing in Captain America: Civil War where he's the world's oldest FedEx delivery man, and it's just to throw in the obsessive compulsive need for Whedon speak in these Marvel movies. Even though, especially in Civil War, we didn't speak like that with that Tony Stank has no fucking place in a film where it's all about a civil war between the fucking heroes. But then again, of course, because remember, this is modern Hollywood, which Marvel definitely is an exemplar of, where you have no emotions except you have to be either a complete monotone, vapid zombie, or you have to be some hyper-quipping idiot or some shrieking child. Like how ever since Scarlett Johansson, the only acting range that women can either have is monotone whispers or screaming like lunatics. And we've got our friends right there. We got Geronimo in the chat to say congrats on 5K. Thank you right there. Just like a Ruby Hoove with the membership she just gifted. So here we are. Let's see if we've got that. If we can find a good shot of that broccoli leader I was talking about earlier. Oh, here it is. It's not the biggest one, but yeah, that's definitely an example of, yeah, the leader looking like if a stalk of broccoli transformed into an ass. Or like if a human ass wound up getting broccoli cancer. Yes. Remember the Buttmans from In Living Color? Yeah, like that. If the Buttmans were fused with a broccoli stalk. Just and you look at that compared to the leader as we got into the later years of the David Hulk run. Where he went back to the Sinestro as a conehead in a wig. I am the leader. I will destroy you, Hulk. What do you mean? Where do you come from? We are from France. Back when Jake from State Farm was still a white guy, and he did a couple ads for the Coneheads. Hey, what are we doing on a spaceship? I thought you guys were from France. See, France. Oui. And then, of course, Dan Aykroyd spent the rest of the day running through the streets of Paris with every woman in the city trying to chase him down. Because as we've established, not only are women hornier than men, but also women cannot control themselves around men from Saskatchewan. They simply can't. That's how Dan Aykroyd gets all his cardio. Or same thing with either the late Gordie Howe or the late Roddy Piper. It's like the opening of Austin Powers. They're just sprinting through the streets because the women just need them. Well, Nick says, yeah, the leader still looks like a green Sinestro to me. Well, I said Sinestro if he went trick-or-treating as a green conehead with how tall the head is. Honestly, considering how much the shape of the Todd McFarlane version of the leader looks like a butt, it looks like a broccoli fused with a butt, I'll go with the tall head Sinestro look. But of course, Venkman, Roddy also had that kilt. Well, of course, because, well, as we discovered this week, that Venkman fan site can't control herself. Not only is she a woman who cannot control herself around men from Saskatchewan, she also can not control herself around men in kilts, apparently. So our friend Roddy Piper is a perfect storm. Just saying like that, and well. We've got our friends out here tonight. Where's the? Can't remember where I put him. Maybe he's behind. Where the? Oh, right here. Our friends like Slick right here. Our friend Echo we showed earlier. But then we also have Sonic right here. Well, it's funny because it's true. Or even while I've got the card, Hulk, our friend Hulk right here. Yes, this is a Frank Cho rendering of it, which actually I did a recreation of this a few years back. Like around the time of COVID lockdowns, I went and did a bunch of recreations of J. Scott Campbell and Frank Cho work. A lot of it I still actually have. So you may or may not be seeing me updating the illustration categories of my art store with that stuff. Because, yeah, the color ones, that stuff I'm always overturning. But the pen and ink pieces, I've not done new ones of that for a while, mainly because I have so much of a glut of that pen and ink stuff that it's a matter of trying to move that and get that out of the way. And when it comes to pen and ink work, that's more of what I've been doing with the comic book pages, like especially with Encrypted, where I want the goal to be able to do at least 12 24-page issues of that and do that myself. By that I mean make it myself and print it and publish it myself, black and white. The first big hurdle being able to afford to have the copyrights and trademarks established, and then go and get the self-publishing outfit established as a LLC, an INC, whatever, to then have all the bureaucracy set up to then be able to go and do it where I would not crowdfund it. I would have it be available as a pre-order in my store and just put the money from the pre-orders into getting it printed and shipped out. But then also there's all of that work out of the way, which is a big thing, that getting the other 5,000 subscribers to reach that 10K goal I've had for so long. That's the other half of getting all of that set up and being able to afford to get all that set up to then do Slick, while at the same time when it comes to just doing a damn comic and getting it out there, well, still being able to profit from it by putting it behind a paywall, there's Slick, a page a week, posting Slick right there as my own little webcomic right there. And because it's, it doesn't have full frontal nudity or gore like other ones I've done, I can just do that. And also the plan that I have for posting my other completed comic, Pain Machines, as something for the family level channel members to go and be able to see day by day leading up to Halloween. Well, Slick Slick is also going to be a one and done story that's going to be longer than Slick's going to be longer than Encrypted, which is me trying to do that sort of regular series where being able to get there to that level of having that type of audience, that kind of paying audience for it, doing it. I think I mean maybe being able to do those issues, and by doing them I mean getting posting the pre-order out there and accepting those pre-orders and amassing enough pre-orders to then be able to go and get them printed and shipped out, would probably be wanting to do them quarterly. Because when you compare that to, like, say, The Mighty Golden Patriot, which is like a 70+ page thing, like the type of comics you see your average, like actually successful creators doing, like what Yellow Flash just did, or what July's doing with the Rippaverse, where those are like 70 to 80, like at the least page works, and they're doing them and putting them out there. But with me, I'd want to do it more like a black and white indie thing with that, it's in the standard, floppy format, 24-page story with the other 10 pages for the, back matter and all that. And with the cover art and all that stuff, get that out there and do that in more of trying to do that regular series in the modern post Rippaverse kind of internet age. I think doing them quarterly would be the good regularity to try to get them out there. But being able to do these comics, self-published or as a through self-publishing quarterly would be a big deal. So there's a lot more audience, lot more paying audience to amass to be able to get Encrypted, up and out there like that. And to sort of like the original Black and White Turtles comic basically was like that, where it went up and it was there for, I think initially that early years of the Black and White Turtles comic was about, at best, a quarterly schedule. And we got Paul Gibb coming back into the channel to say, "Hey, Luke, I like your thumbnail." Well, I thought, why not? Thanks to the recent Toronto International Film Festival, where there was Sydney Sweeney, of course, dressing to impress. Always dressing to impress, especially considering this was the big premiere screening for her movie where she's playing boxer Christy Martin, and actually had Christy Martin with her at the premiere there at the film festival, where Christy Martin looks like if you took Ellen DeGeneres and Melissa Etheridge and fused them, and her at the festival next to Sydney Sweeney. It makes her look like this is some Hollywood power lesbian with her high-class call girl. If you saw that. And I saw some clip, some short earlier today where like up on like the stage before and or after the screening, they got Sydney Sweeney on the mic to talk about the like 3 months of training where she was training 3 times a day with a boxer and with a boxing coach and a nutritionist. If I can find that clip. Yeah, I know I saw that earlier. Just got to go through the video history to see that. Oh, here it is. So we can show you this little bit. And since they've got the real Christy Martin on stage with Sweeney, you'll see what I mean by Melissa Etheridge and Ellen DeGeneres doing the fusion dance. And I don't mean that just because Christy Martin's a lesbian. I mean, just look her in the face. And like I said earlier in today's video, yeah, this movie where Sydney Sweeney plays the woman who went from being who overcame an abusive husband to become a prominent, openly lesbian female boxer because of all of the Lena Dunham acolytes that hate Sweeney. Watch them go and try to lie about this movie being some type of another example of Sydney Sweeney bringing the Nazis into Hollywood. They're especially wrong because, remember, the Nazis were socialist, no matter how many times that Vosh tries to make completely truth-deprived videos, trying and failing to discredit all the people out there who bring the historical facts to show you that the Nazis were socialist. Much like the Vosh-worshipping idiots in comment sections of different videos that try to explain that, no, they weren't, and then here I am going in and respond with chapter and verse. No. Or even then, you don't even need chapter verse. Just tell them, well, then why is it that they had socialist in their name, in the name of their party? I wonder. It's like when they try to say, out of context, when trying to defend Vaush, saying that there is no moral legal argument against the legalization of child porn, or that you're a cuck if you think that there is no possibility of there being a fulfilling sexual relationship between adults and children. Mainly because he's just that hungry to be able to fuck kids in public without the fear of any kind of arrest. Although, knowing his daddy's money, he'll always pretty much be immune to consequences unless one day there's just a Kyle Rittenhouse situation where he tries to force himself on an underage boy or girl who, luckily for them, is packing. In case you wonder why guys like Vaush got so personally angry at Rittenhouse being acquitted. Why, if you really want to terrify them, make them sit down and watch the movie Miss 45. Here we are.
But it was a dream come true. As an actor, as a person, it was incredible. I hope I answered. I don't know if I did. The transformation, I got that part. I trained for like 2-3 months before. I had boxing coach, I had weight trainers, I had nutritionists. I trained 3 times a day, every day. And then while I was filming, I trained as well.
And a lot of Chick-fil-A.
A lot of smokers.
Yeah, and that's also going to be hilarious. She brought up Chick-fil-A, knowing how much these same woke idiots have been professionally hating Chick-fil-A for about 2 decades now. So watch these screams about that's another dog whistle. Yeah, the woman who is talking about her nutrition regimen for training to play lesbian boxer Christy Martin, with Christy Martin standing right there next to her. Oh no, she's a big evil homophobe because she mentioned Chick-fil-A. What I wouldn't pay to Christy Martin right there to knock those femme-skulled idiots out with one fucking pinky. Not even a full punch from Christy Martin's from the prime of her box career. Just tap them on the nose with her pinky.
A lot of smokers, a lot of milkshakes, a lot of protein shakes. But it was incredible being able to completely embody such a powerful woman. I felt even stronger. It was truly.
So now you see this clean shot of Christy Martin right there. I mean, doesn't she look like she's about to sing "I'm the Only One"? Or she's looking at Sweeney right there, dressed like that, 3 inches away from her, and is in her head thinking, "Come through my window."
Inspiring.
I just thought that was fun, wasn't it? Yes. Just a little bit of a fun time. Yes, we defeated them in the 1940s. Not that these, and also these people talk about punching Nazis when they cannot punch a clock timer in on a regular day job. These are the people who cry if they work part-time making cappuccinos. I'd see that overweight tranny crying on TikTok about working part-time at a Starbucks, and I'd say, shut the fuck up and fetch me my cappuccino, bitch. They're the kind of people who deserve all the screeching insults that a Ryan Kennel can go and hurl at them because he's angry that he didn't get laid in high school. But hey, we already knew that. Like how we already know that right now that Travis Kelce, what's left of his scrotum is being kept in a little baggie in Taylor Swift's handbag. Not that Taylor Swift has the strength to be able to lift that. Taylor Swift is such a stick that she makes current year Jennifer Connelly look like 1991 Jennifer Connelly. So she doesn't even, Taylor Swift doesn't even have the arm strength to hold up a handbag or a clutch. This right here, this would be like Lou Ferrigno's average bench pressing back in the day of when he was competing for Mr. Olympia. Taylor Swift trying to lift this on the bus would be like there'd be her Maddie Ferrigno yelling, "Who are you going after, Louis? Arnold, 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 Arnold." Oh boy, what a workout. She'd be able to like hold up that book once, and for her, it would be like, boom, come take a look at this hunk of Swift. Like that, Louis. Something like that. That's right, Louis. And then Louis would, yell at a couple of kids right to their face and make them cry. Like my father claimed to have seen Ferrigno do at, I think it was like World Gym out in LA when the Hulk show was still on the air, and there were little kids who recognized him, wanted his autograph, and he told them to go off. He told them to fuck off, basically. He essentially told these little kids to fuck off. And that's not the only Lou Ferrigno's a sack of shit story that you have. The Lou Ferrigno is such a notorious awful person that his terribleness ranges from people in the bodybuilding world to people in Hollywood to people in the comic book world, to the point of the different anecdotes my father said, to even Nick can have his own personal anecdotes about Ferrigno, and even Art T. Bear, that one Comicsgate guy, had like a 2.5-hour stream talking about his miserable encounter with Ferrigno at a convention that he was at once. His douche aura transcends. Yes. Why is that like that, Louis? I don't have anything to say. I just want to eat my cake. Oh, Louis, I defeated you again, Louis. And now I'm celebrating being Mr. Olympia with fried chicken, champagne, and marijuana. If you saw the end of Pumping Iron, yes, Arnold wins Mr. Olympia again, and he's laying back on the couch. He's got the shirt that says Arnold is numero uno, and he's smoking a doobie with a plate of fried chicken and a little champagne flute. Yes. And then around the time they did the big anniversary special about Pumping Iron, he was doing a little interview where he said, "No, I didn't inhale." He denied inhaling that doobie. So basically, he was going to run for governor of California as a Republican, but he was running on the Bill Clinton defense of I didn't inhale. And then also he went and denied that feeling the pump is like having sex with a woman and coming. The famous bit where he talks about how in heaven I am, I get the feeling of coming at the gym, I get the feeling of coming at home, I get the feeling of coming when I pump up backstage and go and pose in front of 800 people. I'm coming day and night, and that's terrific. Yeah, the Bill Clinton joke, well, Bill Clinton is the joke, but also there's funny things of like when he first ran for office and he tried to say, I didn't inhale. And not as bad or as destructive as the lie of him denying his implication in Iran-Contra. All the PBS liberals that can talk your ear off about Iran-Contra in the idea of that, it was exclusively something where it was Ronald Reagan that was responsible for it and no other intermediaries and no other people involved in it, including Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton. And Paul says, gotta go. Congratulations on 5,000 subs. Have a good night. Well, have a good night to Paul, and everybody wish him a good night there for coming in and showing his support. And while we've got Louis on the brain, I want to see if the UPN Hulk show, it did have Lou Ferrigno voicing the Hulk. Some voice actor I don't recognize named Neil McDonough voiced Banner, but then when he was the Hulk, that was Louis. And also, they had a different voice actor named Michael Donovan voicing when the Hulk was gray. Okay. Here's something interesting. I didn't know about this before, but also on the show, they had Mark Hamill and Kathy Ireland and Luke Perry voicing characters. Like you might remember how there was that Mortal Kombat cartoon show in the 90s where Luke Perry was voicing Sub-Zero. Well, apparently on the UPN Hulk cartoon, Luke Perry also voiced Rick Jones, and Mark Hamill voiced Gargoyle, and Kathy Ireland voiced Ogress. Ogress is a Hulk character I'm not familiar with, but apparently, yes, as voiced by Miss Kathy. Yes. Oh, Kathy, my wild island lassie, you're not just an island to me. With your smoldering green eyes and your skin alabaster, you've stolen my heart, you see. Oh, Kathy, who squeaks with the voice of an angel. And how they had different actresses voice She-Hulk. When She-Hulk appeared in the first season, it was Billy Zane's sister. Yeah, Lisa Zane, who at best you might remember her as being Freddy Krueger's long-lost daughter in Freddy's Dead. Yeah, Freddy Krueger's long-lost daughter voiced She-Hulk in the first season of the Hulk cartoon in the 90s, but then the second season, they replaced her with the voice of Susie from Rugrats. Yeah. Cree Summers, the actress's name. Yeah. Yeah. She was Susie. Yeah. But there's some voice acting I was not expecting to hear Luke Perry or Kathy Ireland voicing characters on the Hulk show. And apparently Kathy Ireland appeared as Ogress in 5 different episodes. Okay. I was not expecting that. But that was like, remember that it was on the air in like 96, 97. So that was when her time in the sun as being one of the major SI swimsuit models had, she pretty much, aged out of that and was still doing other stuff, modeling outside of that, but not as much. But then, of course, the years where then she went and became a billionaire businesswoman. And then, billionaire businesswoman who then wound up, coming out as being pro-life and campaigning on behalf of Mike Huckabee for his run for the presidency, I believe in 2008. So based beauty right there. And Nick just gifted a channel membership and Commander Classified's coming on in there. So everyone say hello to Commander Classified, who's coming in here. Sorry I haven't been. It's all right. And Commander Classified with a $2 Canadian super chat says, long time no see. And yeah, that's on me. Well, all right. But we've got you here. But then again, remember, our friend right here still would think of you as a puny human for having been gone so long. Yes. When I was saying before about with the 2003 Hulk about creativity and attention to detail and putting more ideas into the visuals instead of just having a bunch of CGI to show off just because, the part in Hulk where you see Hulk dreaming as he's falling back to the earth, the big long fight scene he has where he breaks out of the bunker, he fights the soldiers, then he starts leaping through the desert and he's fighting the helicopters, and then his fight goes all the way to the San Francisco area and he's grabbing onto the one fighter jet that tries to shake him off, going up and breaking out of the Earth's atmosphere, and it suffocates the Hulk and he starts falling back to San Francisco. But as he's falling, he hallucinates where there's Banner looking in the bathroom mirror, and as he's wiping away the steam, we see there's Bruce Banner on one side, and on the other side is the Hulk wiping the same place, but Banner has his whole hand, where the Hulk just has one finger. And that's a clever little detail, that little notion right there of all of Banner's hand for one finger of the Hulk. And then the Hulk smashes his hand through the mirror, grabs Banner, and one of his only 2 lines, puny human. Then, okay, he wakes up and he hits the water. Little things right there. Yes, everybody say hello to Commander right there, besides Juliet and Nick. Commander says, gone so long sounds Korean. Well, okay. I thought it would sound more like a country song, but then again, okay. And Real Wade Nation Gaming asks, have you watched the Terminal List, Dark Wolf? Actually, I didn't even see the original Terminal List, and I have Amazon Prime, so I can, but no, I haven't seen anything Terminal List related, so no. Simple no. Like when it comes to Amazon original programming, it took me like a year just to be able to eventually go and remember to watch that Kids in the Hall revival that they did. If you remember when that happened, like it was supposed to be produced and aired earlier, but then, COVID delays and production delays, then finally it went and hit on Amazon in like 2022. So yeah, I'm missing a lot. Like even a Reacher, like that's one that those same Friday Night Tights, Geeks and Gamers types have all been loving and praising the Jack Reacher show they've done on Amazon. And that's another one that I completely just have not seen. So I have a lot to get to with that one. And I remember vividly, the 2 big lines that the Hulk has in the 2003 movie. There's that one, and then at the end when there's the absorbing man, Nick Nolte with the Hulk, and they're in that valley there where it's like the big mushroom cloud over the Hulk absorbing all his powers, and he just yells out, "Take it all!" That's it. Let's see. He also says, just because you're behind or don't want to watch. Well, it's just the Terminal List. It just never really caught my interest. I haven't seen it because it's just okay. I'm not like, bring it down my door to watch it, but if air travel's so safe, why is the airport called the terminal? I don't know. Geronimo says the teacher show was crap in my opinion. The Terminalist was quite good. The Reacher. He meant Reacher. That stupid autocorrect. The Reacher show was crap in Geronimo's opinion, but the Terminalist is good. Well, I mean, all right. I saw the thing with Alan Ritchson where, I'm guessing because of how it's the wrong kind of people like the Reacher show, just like how the wrong kind of people are fans of Sydney Sweeney. So mainstream Hollywood's trying to lie about her. And between the Reacher show having the wrong kind of fans and Alan Ritchson having that interview where he talked about being sexually molested by a male photographer and how it drove him to being suicidal, between that and the audience that loves the show, that's why he went and made that big, the Colbert outburst in the interview where he was talking about Trump's a rapist. I think that was him overcompensating for that was him, definitely his agent put him up to that to try to get, to enhance his employment potential in the future, considering he said something incriminating men being sex criminals in Hollywood and talking about being suicidal. And also in that description, he talks about prayer having helped him out, besides also his show, a Reacher, that's merely made him a name, also is being liked by the critical drinker types, which, is that the exact opposite of what Hollywood is, that's the wrong audience, projecting pinko losers like your boy Zach, who never actually served in the military, and after years of milking the anti-woke teat, now is just a miserable loser who's all alone, lashing out at the audience that made him, and is desperately trying to suck corporate cock. And in doing that, he now lashes out at anti-woke channels that are more popular and relevant and talented than him. That's why he keeps on spurking out about Nerdrotic with the critical drinker and yelling out that the critical drinker is Jesus for mediocre white men. No, Zach, that is you projecting because you're a mediocre white man. Alan Ritchson is such a phony. Well, for me, Alan Ritchson's career peaked in something of his that I did actually watch, which was that college football sitcom he did, Blue Mountain State, back on Spike. When Spike TV was still around, that was an early role for him playing the big dumb jock on this college football team. Or before that, Alan Ritchson also played Aquaman on Smallville. Those like middle seasons of Smallville where they did their not quite Justice League. Yeah, Alan Ritchson as Aquaman, and they had the Flash, but it was like 2005. This was like post-Infinite Crisis. So Smallville went and had the Flash appear on the show, but it's the Bart Allen version, because that was after Infinite Crisis. They went and had Wally West die like Barry Allen died in Crisis on Infinite Earths. And yeah, that 1 year where they had Bart Allen age up and made him the Flash. And that version sold so badly, they canceled the Bart Allen Flash comic after a year and killed him off and then resurrected Wally West. If anybody else remembers that besides me. I remember that there was a 90210 reboot, but I didn't see him on that. I saw it advertised, but never watched anything or got any interest. And Geronimo says, before that, he was making out with another dude in 90210. Well, all right. And Commander says, so the biggest thing isn't getting my pilot's license, it's being able to afford the planes or helicopters. For sure. And on that note, remember what happened the last time the white kids got pushed too far? Yes. Yes. That's it. That I remember. But yeah, there was, well, I mean, I'll say this about the guy who was Superman on Smallville. When it comes to the Superman curse, lucky for him, it's just that he hasn't had much of a career after Smallville ended, as opposed to a shady death like with George Reeves, or getting paralyzed like Christopher Reeve, whatever, like that sort of thing. I mentioned that in my most recent South Park video about the complete moral dubiousness of South Park acting like they're so high and mighty and they're so brilliant satirists, and the idiot simps that think that they're avant-garde or anti-establishment, when the South Park has had more pointed invective aimed at Christopher Reeve than it's ever had at the Clintons or Obama or Biden or Kamala Harris. Really, motherfuckers? Really? Christopher Reeve deserves more ridicule than criminal public officials? Just saying, in between counting your Broadway show money. Just a little bit of that. And also when it comes to them having done that 90210 reboot show, they kind of jumped the gun on that. So now with all this other crap, all this other 90s slop getting reboots and new things now, they did it too early, so now they can't do another one. Like they tried to do Cruel Intentions as a show that was so unwatched that they quietly canceled that as an Amazon series after like a year of like 5 episodes and less ratings than Colbert hosting the Late Show. And Nick just gifted a channel membership right there. So that is a good night. Because remember, the way we succeed around here is through super chats, channel memberships, and donations into the store. Any kind of contribution into the store, either a purchase or a commission or just a straight up donation right there in the store, that works. Because remember, going straight to the store, that supports me directly. None of that waiting, weeks after the month for Google to give me, while they take 30% of it. That sort of situation. Yeah, the shadiness of George Reeves' death, which was so shady that, 40 years after the fact, there was that movie Hollywoodland with a mid-2000s Ben Affleck playing George Reeves and talking about shady things like how there were no fingerprints on the gun that apparently Reeves used to, take his own life. Then you've got Christopher Reeves paralysis. And Commander Classified just gifted 5 channel memberships. Hold down. Oh, yes. There we go. A little bit right there. As Commander says, fine, be that way. Let's see what Commander right there as now. Let's see. Jarbez, Connor, Cool Cotton, Lord Burton, Ryuga Samurai all got those channel memberships from Commander. And Shadowhawk Talks got that membership from Nick right there. Oh, yes. This has been... It's magic. We know it's magic right there. Oh, yes. This is the big fun. And I did see that movie, Hollywoodland. That was the era of after Gigli, Ben Affleck became a big laughingstock in Hollywood, and he went about quietly rebuilding himself, going after darker roles to try to prove himself as an actor, and then went and crossed over into directing with Gone Baby Gone, that got a lot of acclaim. And the critical response of that movie gave him the confidence to also direct while and also be in front of the camera and reinventing himself as this Oscar bait actor-director with The Town and Argo and all that. And, winning an Oscar for Argo and getting back, in the mainstream. And then, well, unfortunately, him playing Batman to try and redeem himself from the failure of Daredevil, only for him signing on to do Batman in the wake of the Avengers coming out. So now any DC related film project would preemptively get treated as worse than Hitler for the crime of competing with Disney, because the movie bobs and the red letter medias and nostalgia critics and honest trailers of the world all lived in that era to scream violently at anything that dared to compete with their precious, all-powerful Disney, as they're going and rubbing their faces with their Disney safety blanket, like they're Linus from the Peanuts, high out of his mind on ecstasy. That sort of thing. That's why it's hilarious to see in unscripted videos where Doug Walker's talking about how people complaining, "Oh, you're Disney shows, you just worship Marvel." That's because you do. You mean the guy who can't stop licking the balls of every generic piece of Marvel slop for years on end, who has a whole month every year dedicated to reviewing Disney films where he does nothing but kiss up to them? You don't, and the fact that you're legally allowed to do this and that they don't slam down the copyright hammer on you for doing that, you expect me to not think that you're a pathetic fucking shill? Yeah. Fuck you. There's thanks for the gifted memberships. Yes, to Nick, to Commander, who brings up, I know I haven't been around a while due to real life things, so it's the least I can do. Well, as I've mentioned, the fact that I actually have a living, breathing audience that actually has real world things to do and real world occupations is a lot better than having a terminally online audience mixed with a metric ton of bots. So all these people do is just immediately come running whenever I go whistle so that they can treat me like I'm the king of Siam. In case you wonder why I, keep my streams short and sweet compared to that, all the simps that drool over Amaranth or all the Marx-loving pedos that watch whatever it is that Vosh will feed them or Hassan will feed them. And well, although Commander does admit to this, I haven't been laid in so long, I think my dick might be entitled to unemployment benefits. Well, considering that Commander's up in Canada, it wouldn't shock me if it turns out that's a thing that you can apply for now up there with that, taxpayer punishing socialized health medicine up there. Just saying. And also, unlike other terminally online people who have an audience that just whistles whenever they come running, I can drink water without acting like I'm in pain, unlike Asmongold. Just saying. Just a little bit right there. Which is, well, very fun. And yes, 5,000 subs, like I said, it's now, considering it was 3 weeks short of a year for me to reach 5,000 after hitting 4,000, well, let's hope that the next 5,000 doesn't take, 5 years. But then again, me being around, almost 6 years of, actually really producing content with my channel and all that, that is definitely an example of me being the kind who's gotten that sort of experience of grinding like that to actually be grateful for it and not be that sort of the type of egomania that comes with those, like say that Star Wars girl who, being a California 7, who jumped into the anti-Last Jedi, anti-Captain Marvel scene, with their tits out in all their videos and telling them, that audience what they wanted to hear, but doing it with nice tits attached, of course. And then came out all the Sims to fire their subscriptions and chats at her from a fucking cannon. Even though now, increasingly year after year, she just uses the audience to only ever do content when not even when she feels like it, but just when she wants something out of her audience, knowing that she's got an army of Sims that will fire cash at her from a cannon. Just saying. The women who know how to buck the system, like Amaranth or like that Star Wars girl. And Commander says, pretty sure I was around for the pre-1K era. I would say so. Yeah, I think so. Commander's been around since when I was fighting just to get to 1,000 subs, which pissed me off so much because remember that back in the day, not too long ago, when the requirements required, the two-step verification, and it required, like 4,000 viewing hours, and another was the 1,000 subscribers. And then just like the month after I went and I got 1,000 subscribers was when YouTube changed the policy so that now the requirement was reduced down to 500 subs. So now you only need 500 subscribers to pass the monetization barrier. And I was like, you motherfucker. And then I went there. It was September 2023. Finally went ahead and did it. September 2023 or 2022. Waited for the application to get accepted or rejected. And then February the next year, I went and contacted going on and doing that. And then like that afternoon, like, oh yeah, we're sorry about this delay. And then that afternoon, finally I was monetized. Yeah, it was February 2024. When finally I got monetized. After finally reaching that in September 2023, like it said, the 4 years it went from 2019, like late 2019 to then September 2023, finally getting to 1,000. And then, the growth up there to getting to, like I said, September last year, I was able to go from, September 2023 to then get to 4,000 September the next year. And now this whole last year, I was just fighting just to get to this next 1,000. Spider-Fan says, I think I was too. Well, yeah, Spider-Fan and Commander Classified have been around that long. And Nick says, I actually remembered which number of sub I was. And Geronimo brings up, yeah, pretty sure I've been subbed for a bit over 2 years. That I would say so. So this is definitely a big noise time right here. Yeah, yes, noise. Nice. Practicing a little ventriloquism right there. I don't think I'm up to the level of Jeff Dunham quite yet, but I mean, okay. And Nick says, yeah, it'll keep going up to 10,000. Will happen faster. I know it. Well, I'm not above acknowledging how, yeah, this last year was a massive slowdown of subscriber growth compared to the year before, where after finally hitting 1,000, then literally it was September 23, then September 24 from 1,000 to 4,000. Now 3 weeks shy of that calendar year since reaching 4,000, now just a 5. So that's definitely the algorithm adapting to see what I was doing and not liking what I was doing. But it does seem that, certain type of themes with the shorts I do seem to get better views and better subscribers than other areas, like these newer flipbook animations I've been doing based around lessons from the Animator Survival Kit seem to do really well. So that'll help. Yeah, Geronimo, he says, remembering a bit over 2 years because Geronimo remembers my Paul Rubens tribute video and the videos I did about the movie Sound of Freedom, which, yeah, the Sound of Freedom was, and Paul Rubens' death were about 2023 or 4, so that definitely counts right there. Hello, I'm Pee Wee Herman. This is crack, rock cocaine. It isn't glamorous or cool. Everybody wants to be cool, but with crack, it's not just wrong. You could be dead wrong. Remember that? The anti-crack PSA Pee Wee Herman did? Or that one Disney movie, Flight of the Navigator, I randomly came across one day, and it's Paul Rubens in a Pee Wee Herman era, Paul Rubens voicing the computer that it runs the spaceship, and there's parts where you can hear him do the Pee Wee laugh. And Nick was subscriber number 54. That was like late 2019, when I think it was like the fall 2019 was when I really started doing content. Commander says, I saw Pee-wee in The Blacklist, that James Spader show. Well, in the later years, like, he would do Pee-wee on occasion. Like, I remember around 2010, he brought back the Pee Wee Herman show as a Broadway production that got aired as an HBO special. And then there was the Pee-wee's Holiday movie, but mostly after like the early 90s, he wound up doing a lot of character actor work. I remember him in that movie Dunstan Checks In. Also, Pushing Daisies, he was on that. A couple episodes of Reno 911, and even appearing in the movie they did. That's why Nick Swardson, the guy who played Terry on Reno 911 when Paul Rubens died, did like a tribute to him on Twitter, because the scene they had together, him being Terry's dad. And there's Paul Rubens in the pimp coat on the private jet. Commander says, I have some friends I would like to introduce you to. Great guys, all of them, and I know they would like you too. Well, all right there. I'd much prefer to be introduced to some new women, especially considering how many women I've got around the channel right here, but always the more the merrier. And Geronimo clarifies, 2024 July. Yeah, I may have been subbed before that, but can't remember. Oh, well then, yeah, if it's July of last year, all right, that gives more specificity. Yeah, Mystery Man, he was I remember seeing that. I think that was after Dunstan Checks In. That was like the first big new thing I remember seeing him in that was not Pee-wee related, was playing the spleen in that film. He's the one who has he has the power of super farts. There was a movie of Car 54, Where Are You, in the 90s. I didn't see that, so I wouldn't know. Yeah, the crack, it's bad, it's wrong. Well, that's more to do with Kung Pao than to do with Paul Rubens, but okay. Okay. Geronimo says it was 2023 July. Oh, okay. Well, then that specifies that. Let's see. Let's look at that Pee-wee crack ad. Yes, here it is. There he is. Nick says, I think I have a movie with Paul Rubens called Pandemonium. Oh, yeah. In the height of the slasher movie boom, even back then, there were parodies of slasher movies. Like, as much as people were acting like Scream was so innovative, no, it wasn't. There were movies before then that were self-aware parodies, or that were, horror films that were talking about the rules and cliches and all that. So Scream was not that innovative. It just had the right studio and the right promotion at the right time. And one of those examples of before then being like in 81, like the same year that just Friday the 13th Part 2 came out, there was this parody called Pandemonium, which features pre-fame Paul Rubens and even Phil Hartman. Yeah, multiple comedy actors that were part of the Groundlings theater troupe, where Paul Rubens got his start and became friends with Phil Hartman. And then Hartman and the other Groundlings performers all became supporting players with Paul or Rubens' Pee-wee stage show that he did and performed all over America, and even did an HBO special of the Pee-wee Herman show in like 82 or so, or I think even before that, the same year that they all had supporting roles in Pandemonium. And yes, of course, his like the first big film role he had after the whole being caught in that movie theater scandal was his mute role as him and the truck stop waitress in Pee-wee's Big Adventure are the Penguin's parents that dump the baby in the sewer. And then as a big stunt, like all the stunt casting that the Supergirl TV show did on Gotham, they had Paul Rubens come back in a speaking role to be the Penguin's father, having him play the father of the Penguin on that, who looked more like if Jeffrey Combs was a millennial, which is strange because Jeffrey Combs actually was on an episode of Gotham, but not as the Scarecrow as he should have been, because Jeffrey Combs did such a great job voicing the Scarecrow on that season 4 revival of Batman the Animated Series, the season where they had Batgirl full-time and Nightwing and like 8th grade age Tim Drake Robin.
This is crack, rock cocaine. It isn't glamorous or cool or kid stuff. It's the most addictive kind of cocaine, and it can kill you. What's really bad is nobody knows how much it takes. So every time you use it, you risk dying. It isn't worth it. Look, everybody wants to be cool, but doing it with crack isn't just wrong. Could be dead wrong.
And well, Pee-wee is not wrong. Maybe wearing the giant rubber ear on your face and going, what, in the magic shop might be wrong, but not about rock cocaine. Let's see, that Geronimo brings up Rubens was in a Western called South of Heaven, West of Hell with Vince Vaughn and Bridget Fonda. And it's directed by Dwight Yoakam. That sounds like the most bizarre assembly of actors ever. And this is coming from somebody who just rewatched Monkey Bone recently, which I think was the movie that drove Bridget Fonda into quitting acting, but okay. And I'm actually somebody who likes that movie, but all right. Yeah, that little part in Batman Returns. Like I said, he's mute, and it was such a quick little thing. But remember, that was summer '92, which was, I think, roughly around that same time of when he was on trial, when he was caught in the theater, and everybody forgets that he was actually acquitted. That's one of the things that's like the first thing he brought up. I remember it was the first like Playboy interview I remember actually like paying attention to and reading was an issue of Playboy that came out, and it had Paul Rubens as the interview promoting the Pee-wee Herman show, the stage revival they were doing on Broadway. And they bring it up, they talk about his life and career, and they get to that point of being caught in the theater. And he brought up how he was acquitted and reminds everybody of why he was acquitted and what the evidence was brought up in court to show that he did not do what he was arrested or was accused of being arrested for doing. But yes, Geronimo, that's good advice. And Geronimo also clarifies Rubens was like a villain gunslinger. It's not a comedy, which, well, seeing Rubens doing something serious, that would be interesting because all those other parts I talked about, like I said, like if you remember all the weird little supporting roles he started doing after the bloom fell off the Pee-wee rose for a while was still like comedy stuff. Like, the Matilda movie he was in, or Dunstan Checks In, or Mystery Men. But then seeing him in a Western as a villain, oh, well, that would stand out. That would be unique. Although Geronimo does say, I wouldn't say it's good or anything. Well, the last time I saw something good involving guns and Bridget Fonda was Point of No Return, the Hollywood version of La Femme Nikita that she was in, which I actually do like. I'd heard about that for a while, but didn't see it until recently, and how, of course, there was La Femme Nikita, which even that I haven't seen. The TV show in the late 90s I did watch. And also how the star of the film, her only big thing in Hollywood was that 90s vampire flick that now is available on Tubi. And I promise, actually, yeah, that one is one I will be watching and reviewing for the Halloween videos coming up, Innocent Blood. Yeah, it was part of that era. It was one of John Landis's 90s films where it was him being an example of one of those big sterling hit 70s and 80s filmmakers that creatively fell apart in the 90s. Yeah, Innocent Blood was, I've heard about that for a while, but I haven't seen it for myself. And yeah, the star of that, the star vampire of that is Anne Parliot, if I'm saying her name right, the star of La Femme Nikita, playing this lady vampire. And we've got Third Man Out in the chat, so hello to you right here. As now we're up to 5,000. Ho doggy right there. All right, and let's see if there's, of course, another moment of making fun of Pee-wee that is funny as hell to see. But this Pee-wee This involves a future A-list comedy star making fun of at the time, A-list comedy star. Geronimo says, I love Innocent Blood. Well, that's one I've heard about, but I've never seen. Like, the big things I know about it is that, yeah, it's, it was one of the 90s John Landis films that did so badly. That's what led to him giving up directing. It involves the mafia, and that, yeah, there's like a big long sex scene in it. But then again, remember, this was the one big Hollywood role for a French actress. So French women don't get hired in Hollywood movies unless they're going to get naked and fuck. So the fact that you've got, La Femme Nikita as a vampire who is wanting to bone down, it would be strange if she wasn't boning down. It's like when you would see Eva Green in some movie where she keeps her clothes on, like a big Hollywood, and you're like, what? Even if she's in a movie like Kingdom of Heaven, still you're expecting her to get naked and get wild. And speaking of Fondas, who's supposed to direct this Sydney Sweeney Barbarella? Well, the last time I saw that Edgar Wright was in talks to direct this remake with Sydney Sweeney. Although Geronimo says, I think Luc Besson would be best. Well, yeah, he did know the Fifth Element, which was basically all the French science fiction comics he loved growing up, and doing a movie, basically an unlicensed movie of all that stuff. But then one of his big, things he loved as a kid, which was the Valerian comics in France, then he's finally able to go and get a movie of that made, and it becomes an embarrassing failure for him. So maybe Luc Besson is past the time to go and be able to direct or to direct any French science fiction stuff as a Hollywood movie. Okay. And Geronimo even says, speaking of Innocent Blood, I think the very first shot is Anne Parliot, if I'm saying her name correctly. Remember, we're talking about a French actress, so the French have those kind of names where it's best to listen to someone else say the name first so you don't embarrass yourself. And because, well, take a look at my last name. Now you'll see why I'm particular about saying people's names right. And the very first shot, the very first shot is Anne Parliot full frontal. Well, like I said, French. French in a vampire movie before Interview with the Vampire made all vampire productions into either pussy emo boy wine fests or some type of obnoxious gay activism allegory. So vampires were allowed to be venomous or dangerous. Yet Valerian has a bunch of cool stuff in it. Yeah, it's a lot of cool production design. It has a lot of that post-Avatar CGI excess, but at the same time, what the CGI is visualizing is actually creative visually. So that's why even a bad movie like Valerian is still better to watch and more entertaining than Marvel slop, because what they're visualizing, actually there was some creativity and thought that went into building that city of 1,000 planets and all the aliens and all the machinery and all that, as opposed to all the Star Wars hand-me-downs that the unimaginative shithead art department at behind Guardians of the Galaxy is farting out, where the whole movie was built on taking D-list Marvel characters nobody ever cared about and using them as a smokescreen for reappropriating all the worst things about Firefly and Farscape and Star Wars thrown in a blender with Whedon speak. Or actually, no, he further elaborates. Valerian has a bunch of extremely cool stuff in it. He just miscast the two leads terribly. Well, that's a major thing. What I said before about miscasting or badly used actors, well, there you go. That there is that miscast terribly. A runway model who thought her English accent meant she could act, and a guy who should have kept on playing angry emo boys for about another 10 years. That the guy who was great as the kid who goes psycho in Chronicle, but that does not mean he's a lead. Yeah, Dandy Han being the guy's name. And well, between that and how terrible he was in Amazing Spider-Man 2, now you know why you've never seen him in anything mainstream ever since. The best thing that come out of the Valerian film is that it finally led to the actual Valerian comics getting an English translation. When the movie was coming out, they kind of did like a sort of a manga thing where the individual stories were reprinted in an English translation, because of the way that French comics work, where they publish them in a way where it's like each story is a self-contained like comic right there, usually in hardcover, and the page count on them is somewhere between like maybe 2 to 4 issues of a regular American monthly comic kind of put together in one taller but slimmer hardcover. But they also went and did those. They did another succession of hardcovers where it was 3 Valerian stories put together in one hardcover. And I think those 3-in-1s have now been made out of print, but the individual Valerian stories are still, their English translations are still in print and readily available to buy on Amazon through Cinebook. That's the name of the publisher that's putting the bande dessinée stuff out there. Well, they're not the only publisher. There's a lot in the last decade or so. Finally, French comic publishers are getting more English translations available for American readers besides Tintin. For the longest time, the only real European comics you could consistently get in English was the Tintin stuff. And that was, French comics put in the kids' book sections. But now there's the work of Jean Giraud. There's the work of Philippe Drouillet, his work, and of course the whole Valerian series, which the Valerian stuff ended in like the 2000s. And if anything, the artist behind Valerian was one of the conceptual artists working on the Fifth Element, and like the most recent Valerian story he did included flying taxis as a background detail, and that's where Jean-Claude Mézières says that Luc Besson saw that and said, "Could you go and design a flying taxi for the movie?" And he went, "Okay." And then Luc Besson liked Mézières' flying taxi design so much, he wound up reworking the script so that the hero of the Fifth Element was a cab driver in the far future, where now there's the flying cars everywhere. Geronimo says, it should have been Channing Tatum and Alicia Vikander. Well, I definitely know that 1,000,001 audience women out there would have probably been more interested in seeing the film with the promise of Channing Tatum. And if you remember, the movie opens with our title characters on a hologram beach in their swimsuits. So opening the film with your title characters, and one of them is Channing Tatum in a Speedo, definitely the promise of that would have sent all the girls to the yard. The same reason that the only Marvel movies that got any real big female audience being the Thor movies, because the promise of a buff hot Australian guy playing a buff hot Nordic superhero. As if the women out there really care about Chris Hemsworth as a person. No, they just like drooling over his abs in the Thor movies. No different from, from Detroit Lions fan Taylor Lautner, shirtless in those Twilight sequels. Considering he's one of the many exes of Taylor Swift's, that's why I'm going to laugh my ass off if this football season the Lions wind up beating the Chiefs. I don't know if the Lions are playing the Chiefs this season. I would love to see them play the Chiefs and then see them beat them, because it'd be hilarious to see Taylor Lautner sitting there in the crowd, because that's like the most you see of him these days is him like in the stands, like as a regular like attendee. He's not up in some rich prick press box. There he is, like amongst the actual Detroiters there in the crowd at these Lions games. And there's, rich bitch ex-girlfriend Taylor Swift up in the press box watching her fiance get his ass handed to them by the Lions. And there's her old boyfriend, Mr. Twilight Boy, in the crowd laughing his ass off. Little golf clap right there. Little golf clap. Yes, people with charisma indeed. Although Alicia Vikander and charisma, well, she's definitely one of those actresses where her accent helped her a lot in her casting of anything. What's with the XP here and how does one use it? Well, experience points like that, I'm not so sure. I never played any tabletop role-playing games, not even the kind of RPGs you would see on any kind of game console. Like we never played those where I was. If it was Super Nintendo, PlayStation, Final Fantasy, Breath of Fire, we just ignored it. Geronimo says he liked Dan DeHaan the best in Place Beyond the Pines. Well, the only thing I really saw him in before Hollywood tried making him a mainstream thing, and then it always face planted, was being the psycho kid in Chronicle, the movie that then led to that director doing the god-awful 2015 Fantastic Four and wrecking his career. But then again, he wrecked the Fantastic Four on film. Again, I mean, say what you want about the Jessica Alba movies, but they were like watchable. They were decent. And the Fantastic Four at least looked like the FF and sounded like the FF, which we're basically never going to see again, with the exception of the little brief bit of that Doctor Strange sequel having John Krasinski as basically the Jonathan Hickman Mr. Fantastic brought to life with the beard, the bearded. Basically, yeah, the Jonathan Hickman FF stuff from like the 2010s being where he had the beard and there was the Freedom Foundation and all that stuff. Yeah, Chronicle. That's the found footage one he did. And the one with Daniel Radcliffe, I didn't know he did. I don't think. I think, yeah, there was like one that was about like the beat writers all going to like some Ivy League college together. I think, yeah, or it was like, I think one of them was like Jack Kerouac, and there was Allen Ginsberg and William Burroughs all together. Yeah, here's one. I actually just watched Amazing Spider-Man 2 last week, and yeah, that movie where it's not a movie, it's a commercial for about like 4 other movies that Sony wanted to do to try to have their own competing MCU thing. Although, well, I mean, blessing in disguise, you do get to see Emma Stone get, her spine snapped into, considering how insufferable she is as an actress. I love that. I definitely enjoy that part. That the movie's so bad and with such miscasting, like I said before, like we said with the leads and Valerian being miscast, Emma Stone being miscast as Gwen Stacy is so bad it makes me cheer for her death as Gwen Stacy. Yeah, Taylor Swift's got a lot of ex-boyfriends. Hell, Steven Crowder said as much in a bit that he did on a show about the whole Taylor Swift engagement where, oh yeah, and then there's like one of the Jonas Brothers and Jake Gyllenhaal, I think even Tom Hiddleston, Loki himself. So there, now I've just got the mental image of like when it's football season, there's Tom Hiddleston sitting there and he's got full decked out in whatever, the jersey, whatever team that the Chiefs are playing in that game. Like I said, if the Chiefs wind up playing the Lions and the Lions win, Taylor Lautner is going to be laughing his fucking head off and, laughing maniacally. And yeah, try to fuck with me, a big dumb vax pushing jock. Say what you want about, because yeah, well, him being the big Hollywood pretty boy with the abs, but also Taylor Lautner's an experienced martial artist since he was like a little kid. So some big dumb jock who thinks he can just intimidate everybody because of his size and because they play football, versus a dude with martial arts experience. Yeah, he's the pretty boy who can also fuck you up while not messing up his hair. But because he, probably didn't say yes to the female Harvey Weinstein type who wanted to suck his dick in exchange for making him a star outside of Twilight, his Hollywood career disappears, and the horse-faced dude with the British accent with the emotive range of Scarlett Johansson on Valium gets to be Batman, Robert Pattinson. The guy who wouldn't get in shape of the role, knocked up his co-star, and held this director at gunpoint during the production of the Batman. Oh yeah, he gets to have big major roles. It's the male equivalent of, if you look back at the movie Ghost World, where you've got Thora Birch right there, who was able to get work roles like that or any kind of like major acclaimed roles in spite of her background of having been a child star who was the parent of porn stars. But then the sidekick, the friend who, blew the Coen brothers and blew Rob Reiner and then grew tits, gets to be an obnoxiously long-winded Hollywood starlet who, caught onto the MCU to artificially stretch out her starlet period like Margaret Qualley in the second act of The Substance, only for eventually that Marvel contract to end. And now ever since then, her life and career has been like Demi Moore in the third act of The Substance. In case you wonder why that movie is one of those movies I say is a 2% audience kind of film, where only 2% of the audience would actually have any sort of interest or relatability or appeal to that kind of movie, where it's specifically to those self-important, self-deluding Hollywood women who have no one to blame but themselves for being sluts who did everything they could, like Elizabeth Berkley in Showgirls, to play the Hollywood game, but then they wound up aging off the casting couch, and now they have no one to blame for how there's nobody left anymore but themselves. Nick, yeah, I think I remember the report was that, yeah, it was as if Zoe Kravitz's performance as Catwoman wasn't bad enough, so bad that it gives you, it leads to the Megan Fox, the mutant mayhem effect, like how the race swapped April O'Neil in the Ninja Turtles cartoon movie was so bad, it makes you want to go and revise your opinion of Megan Fox playing April. Our thing with Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman being so bad, it makes Anne Hathaway look better in Dark Knight Rises. That, yeah, our little friend there, Robert Pattinson, apparently knocked up Zoe Kravitz on the set of The Batman while also holding the director at gunpoint at one time. Oh, well, actually, Nick, I clarified that, yeah, this week I finished the two omnibuses of the Clone Saga, because, as I've said, the entirety of the Clone Saga is actually spread across 4 omnibuses, but only 2 of them are called the Clone Saga. The other 2 are Spider-Man Ben Reilly. I finished the first one, and so far, of all things, the Clone Saga is reminding me of the Invasion storyline that happened in the WWF. After WCW got bought out by Vince McMahon, they then went and tried to have the storyline of the WCW invading Vince McMahon's territory, but because all the big main event talent that were the real faces and stars of WCW all had guaranteed contracts with Time Warner that Vince McMahon wasn't able to just immediately assume with buying the company, that meant he had to go and buy out those guys' contracts. And only 3 of those guys with those guaranteed contracts were willing to take the buyout that was for less than the contract they already had. So all that other main event talent wound up not appearing. So they were trying to go and make this big epic invasion storyline that was all these years of people wanting to see WCW stars versus WWF stars. And instead it launches with Lance Storm and Mike Awesome rushing in to interrupt matches from the crowd and then running away. Okay. Yeah, like that. And then they started adding in all this other talent from ECW, who were all guys that were with the WWF that used to work for ECW. Then they all went and turned, and now it was ECW with WCW together as the Alliance. And then all these other additions of like having Stone Cold Steve Austin turn villain and join the Alliance. So now you have the WCW ECW Alliance that's being led by Stone Cold Steve Austin and being managed by Stephanie McMahon instead of Paul Heyman or anybody involved business-wise at WCW. So it reminded me of the longer the story goes on, the more there's these gratuitous addition of new characters with new plot lines and these new supporting characters that are being built up to then become major characters in the plot lines. And then you have these other villains or characters that are supposed to be so important, only for them to disappear for several issues, only for them to now come back, and suddenly we're supposed to remember them, and the whole story's revolving around them now. If you remember, like I do, watching the whole invasion angle as it played out week after week on Raw and SmackDown, the first omnibus of the Clone Saga reminds me of that, with all the gratuitous, all these excess, all these new characters, or these these new characters, these new villains, or these new supporting characters that are nowhere near as epic or as important as the writers think they are. And then you've got these longtime supporting characters that they're trying to push as something bigger than they really are. Or you have villains to whom do not fit with the world of Spider-Man, and their plot machinations do not fit with the world of Spider-Man. Although there's also something darkly fascinating about it, and seeing how much of this incoherent train wreck that has so many balls in the air it's trying to juggle, that's where the dark fascination comes from. No wonder the point of once getting through all this, I would be interested in tracking down either the back issues or the trade of a decade plus. They went and hired back the editor-in-chief of Marvel from the early 90s, who was a writer too, Tom DeFalco, and they hired him back to go and do a mini-series that was going to be what were his original, far more concise plans for doing the Clone Saga, which was just going to be a storyline across a couple months worth of Spider-Man comics leading up to issue 400 of the flagship Spider-Man title. And then that would have been the end of it. Yeah, it was like Spider-Man, the real Clone Saga, where it was Tom DeFalco writing with Todd Nauck of Young Justice fame as the artist. I think it was like 6 issues. And although getting through all this, like I said, going through it, besides the WCW storyline, in a more generic term, reading the Clone Saga, having read the Volume 1 omnibus, it feels like watching a soap opera where the writers and the storylines are continuously replaced with new writers and new characters and new plot lines, while still trying to remember what those previous plot lines were and putting them back into the story, but even though they already introduced all these new plot lines. Where it feels like a soap opera where 2 different writing staffs are fighting for airtime. Geronimo asks, did you ever see the Stone Cold movie Condemned? I thought it was surprisingly decent as a take on Running Man surviving the game. Actually, yeah. When it comes to, I've talked about Razor Fist a lot. Well, I agree with him when he reviewed that one Stone Cold movie, Hunt to Kill, where he talks about how Stone Cold Steve Austin over the years has quietly accrued the best library of unironic 80s action movie throwbacks with all the straight-to-video stuff he's been starring in, that even the stuff he's done where it's like co-starring with Stone Cold Steve Austin or Danny Trejo, he's really found his way in looking after and gutting for those. We talk about those movies that are all built on smirky, self-aware pop culture referencing and smug fourth wall breaking winks and nods of how self-aware they are, and this is such a ridiculous spoof. Well, the shoegazing hipster camp self-awareness is completely absent from Austin's action films, including the one he did where it's him and Michael Jai White together, actually. And yeah, if you go type Steve Austin into Tubi, all of his straight-to-video filmography is right there. And every one of them is a great, simple, uncomplicated, good action movie time. And they are a complete celebration and tribute to going back to the 80s action machismo, where they are completely done with a straight face. They have their concept. They have their action beats. They set out to perform them, and they execute them well, with a fraction of the budget. Even one of those that has a Stone Cold Steve Austin and his brother is the guy with the little dick in a Scary Movie. Yeah, the jock in Scary Movie who gets the Polaroid where it's how small his dick is. Yeah, I recognize that guy in one of Stone Cold's movies where he's his younger brother. A small dick is like a disability, man. Yeah, would you make fun of a guy in a wheelchair, huh? It's not the size of the hammer, it's the nail you're throwing it at. That guy. And I promised you this. Here is that one Pee-wee gag that they did around the time of when he was arrested.
Hi, boys and girls. Your friend Pee-wee has been on a new adventure, which is why it's time to buy the new improved Pee-wee doll. This one's even anatomically correct. That's right. Just like Fu Manchu. The new Pee-wee doll is
Notice the little inmate sign says Sarasota. I appreciate that little touch right there. If you remember, yeah, the little mugshot they had of Paul Rubens, that was after the Playhouse show had done. He grew out his hair and had the beard, which made him look like Charles Manson, though, when he got busted. And yeah, he was there visiting his family in Sarasota, where he grew up, when he went out to that porno theater and they busted him. Commander says, I only have 3 inches, but some girls like it that wide. Well, okay. I think Peter North would be able to relate.
a master of disguise. Not only that, the new Pee-wee doll comes with Turbo Fast, so little Pee-wee can beat his drum. Little Pee-wee can beat most anything except a bum rap. So hurry on down to your local toy store and pick up the new Pee-wee doll today.
I'll say this, yeah, Jim Carrey, as good as an impressionist as he was back in the day, the Pee-wee, not quite that good. Thing is, this isn't the only one this isn't the only big impression he wound up doing, which he wound up being a bigger star than later on.
As always, pull my string and I'll talk. I have the right to an attorney. I have the right to remain silent. And what if I did some charity work instead?
Yes, it's the new and improved.
There's one, it was an America's Funniest Home Video parody that had Jim Carrey. Oh, wait, here it is. Jim Carrey doing Bob Saget. Geronimo says that Jim Carrey always sounds like Jim Carrey to me. That Carrey doing Pee-wee, well, hey, you know, the Venkman fan site likes it. Yeah, that's the, and basically, yeah, the mugshot that he had was what he looked like as the henchman in the Buffy movie. In the end, when he gets the steak and he doesn't die immediately, he just keeps making that weird noise. Ah, oh, ah, oh.
Hello and welcome to America's funniest security camera videos. I'm Bob Saget. I'd like to say hello to my daughter. She's at home right now throwing up with the flu. I hope they're taping it. Oh, we're kidding. I already have that on tape. Anyway, as you know, we get...
Yeah, that impression's not that good. Huh? I remember when Saget did the HBO special where he brought up about everybody making fun of how bad his gags were on America's Funniest Home Videos. I keep hearing like, who wrote your jokes, man? Like, I don't know, your fucking mother. I know all those jokes was written by these friends of mine. There's these 2 Canadian guys, and because of the exchange rate, the jokes were 40% less funny. That's the best line that Saget could come up with to defend his bad one-liners on America's Funniest Home Videos. There was one segment I remember being hilarious where it was a video of a little kid in a costume where he's got a bow and arrow and he's got the arrow wound up and he's pointing it at the camera, but then you hear a phone in the background. So whoever's behind the camera starts moving, but then the kid let the arrow fire and hit the camera point blank in the lens with the arrow. No, don't answer the phone. Bam. Don't worry, it was one of those toy arrows with the suction cup on it.
Videos from security cameras installed all across the country. Tonight, we're going to be taking a look at a video sent to us by Ali Bahad Kamkar. Ali works at a Lucky 11 convenience store. And boy, am I surprised. Roll 'em. Just a typical night in the Lucky 11. Little kids buying a slushie, a cashier shortchanging them, and plenty of surveillance to cover the event.
If my mom wrote my jokes, all of you would be cucked. Correct. Yes, America's Funniest Home Videos crawled so YT could run. Yeah. And of course, well, when it comes to Daniel Tosh, at least he admitted that Talk Soup and America's Funniest Home Videos existed before him. So that's a little something. And when he went out of his way to call out ESPN for plagiarizing the Web Redemption segment, yeah, he did bring it up about. I understand that Talk Soup and America's Funniest Home Videos have genuine gripes against me.
Uh-oh, company.
Gandhi, give me the money. I'm very sorry, business not too good today. We'll have no
That had to hurt.
Give me a chance. Ralph's Motel. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Even though clearly the guy with the gun is Jim Carrey in that segment, he recognized his voice immediately.
Clean up on aisle 5.
Merry Christmas, mother.
Wow, good thing those paper towels are super absorbent. Uh-oh. She could have been a hostage, but her heart wasn't in it.
You ain't nothing but a hostage.
Some days it just doesn't pay to be a crook. Huh. Ali, thanks for that hysterical videotape. You're a very brave man, and here's looking through you.
There's another one that also is a great thing. It's hilarious because of how much it pisses off people.
At 7 News Detroit.
Have to get past that first.
The Middle East, the Elvis of Aqaba, Johnny Abdul. Every amazing hit he's ever sung is now included in this new dual album set. Unforgettable hits like You Ain't Nothing But a Hostage. And if you act down, you'll get Wait a Minute, Mr. Postman, Stairway to Mecca, Beirut Suede Shoes, Heartbreak Crusade, Papa's Got a Brand New Baghdad, I Left My Hand in San Francisco, and who could forget his beautiful love ballad, Love Me Tender or Die Slowly.
Yes, there he is. The next time he wants to buy Nike thinking that that's going to show support to Colin Kaepernick, or he wants to yell about Trump, just remember that Trump never did brownface on network TV, but Jim Carrey did.
And of course, his biggest hit ever, the show-stopping Iraq Around the Clock. All these hits and many, many more. Send $13.95 to Johnny Sings, Box 666, Little Neck, Qatar 11212.
Are you ready to rock?
There's something else in here I wanted. We showed a bit of it last night, but now let's go in and show more of it. Where'd it go? Where'd you go? Oh yeah, this one.
Something else. You do not have to look like a blow up.
This is a different shoe on head video that we were showing. Enjoy this.
War. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. And Raytheon stock. War is a terrible thing, and this war has been happening for a very long time, from before most of us were born, and will be raging on after we're long gone. I'm of course talking about the gender war. Men versus women. For those of you who've been following me for the past year, you know of my ongoing research into the man question. From learning how to be a real man, if you're a grown-ass man and you wear a seatbelt in the passenger seat, you are likely to be a raging homosexual.
That sounds like something Ryan Kennel would say. It's this one YouTuber lady named Shoe on Head who apparently was a part of that whole skeptic movement and the whole YouTube skeptics that were big in the whole Gamergate debate and all that against Anita Sarkeesian and all that. Except now she's actually still been going since then. Except now she's a wife and a mother. And Vosh hates her for making fun of left-wing people, and also the fact that she has a child that she will not feed to Vosh's penis.
Judging men's living spaces. Men will literally not buy a TV stand, but will have 2 mini fridges. To examining their interesting dating rituals. Wish your toes were in my mouth right now. I mean, hey. And although this journey is far from...
That's still not as gross as the woman who wanted to inhale a man's balls so that his balls were in the back of her head and she would be high on his stank. Proving that women are hornier than men.
From over, I decided to take a break to focus on the fairer sex. That's right, the women. There are many things women love in this world. Flowers, chocolate, pumpkin spice lattes, cute animals, shopping.
Well, especially now that it's September, the pumpkin spice lattes are coming. Yes, Venkman fansite, that is gross, about basking in the man's stank by inhaling his balls. But at the same time, Venkman also, yes, we know the only thing that drives you crazier than men in kilts or men from Saskatchewan are pumpkin spice lattes. That to Venkman, the ultimate sexual kryptonite for her would be Rowdy Roddy Piper with a pumpkin spice latte in his hand. And Venkman, we know this to be true.
Complaining and nagging, am I right, fellas? But above all else, women love posting their own L's.
My cousin, who is younger than me, is getting married today. Meanwhile, I have credit card debt. I am in a toxic situationship with one of my exes. Last week, I was so broke that instead of getting an Uber to the airport, I had a random guy from Hinge drive me. And this year, I have had chlamydia twice.
Oh. There might be a life lesson in there. When life deals you getting chlamydia twice in 1 year, smile about it and then talk about it to strangers on TikTok. Yes, when you get chlamydia twice in 1 year, smile while talking about it in a social media post for everyone to see. Eek. Venkman says, make it eggnog. Well, okay. Well, then, all right. It's Rowdy Roddy Piper in his signature kilt serving Venkman an eggnog. Well, it's a couple months away from it being eggnog season, but all right. I don't think Starbucks is serving eggnog quite yet. Pumpkin spice lattes, yes. Or as Nick City says, ew, chlamydia twice. Well, then again, if you're unironically using words like situationship, you deserve chlamydia twice in 1 year.
To get 2 million people.
Fuck you. Fuck you, Mr. Beast. Give me my dick back.
So I've been working on a pretty big video, and I thought it would be nice to take a little break and make some trash content, because I know you guys love the trash content. And I feel like the last...
And Nick's brought in a $2 super sticker right there. A little Shiba Inu smiling. I think it's a Shiba Inu because I remember my mom having that dog a while back.
Last two videos were a little more serious than I usually am, so I feel like it's trash time. So let us answer the question on everyone's mind. Are women okay? No. No, they are not. But before we get into this deep dive into the psyche of the modern woman, let's quickly get into today's sponsor.
Skip that.
Are you tired of this? Oh, my diet.
Or this that makes her look like it makes her look like Mike Myers in drag playing Irma from the Ninja Turtles cartoon. When I see a on head like this, I can't help but think of, is this a Mike Myers drag character? Peter Venkman says, if I decided to date anyone, they're getting tested. I don't know where they've been. And Venkman also finds that Irma in drag comparison played by Mike Myers funny. And now Nick brought in a $20 super sticker, and it's the Shiba Inu in samurai armor waving a #1 flag. Good. Because I am #1.
The video. From posting about their old high school teachers,
Oh, God. Oh, God. An old high school teacher subscribing to your OnlyFans? What the fuck, lady? Then again, you should expect that when you become an OnlyFans hooker. Not even if it gave me a fucking blowjob.
subscribing to them on OnlyFans, to posting about their boyfriends cheating on them with their own mothers.
Oh, God. Especially when you look at the women, and it's not like he was upgrading by cheating on his wife with her mom. It's not like if her mom was hot and then, like what I was saying earlier about, the late Peggy Lipton and her daughter Rashida Jones, and the only reason that any man would ever want to date her was to hope to swing a three-way with her mom.
Women love posting their own L's. I would know, despite rumors. I am a woman. Now, for the boomer demographic who watches me, who doesn't know what an L is, an L is a loss and a W is a win. And for the Zoomer demographic that watches me,
although, Venkman, I do agree, some guys actually think Irma is hot. Well, I agree with that. Yes. I mean, not as hot as Velma, but still, I mean, if Velma is busy, Irma can still drive me wild. Too bad she wasn't that lucky with men in the show. Yeah. Although, thank God it seems that any other media portrayals of Irma have not happened, which is good considering, what the Ninja Turtles in both IDW comics since Ross Campbell came in to take over as writer, and what the newer movies and shows have been doing. We should be lucky that they seem to have completely forgotten about Irma. Considering that, Vernon Wells has been portrayed and it got portrayed in the Michael Bay movies or whatever, the fact that there's nothing else, that they haven't given Irma the Mindy Kaling Velma treatment is nice. Especially because Irma rocks my world. Not as much as Velma, but still.
Gat, Ohio Rizzler. When you try to be petty and request money from your ex and accidentally send it. Here's $100 for wasting my time and being a cheater. L. Absolute L. My ex-boyfriend is now gay and my ex-girlfriend is now straight. Call that p***y conversion therapy. When I help.
Okay, well, that's a very particular kind of conversion therapy to put people through.
Help the guy I was in love with get his girl because I thought maybe he'd fall in love with me in the process. No! Why did she think this would work? Life.
Yes, you do know that Some Kind of Wonderful is only a movie, right? And if you ever notice in plot lines like that, if it's the genders reversed and the desperate person that wants to date the lead is a woman, then the nerd girl, the friend, winds up with a guy. But if it's the guy is the friend, never. Like what happened in Pretty in Pink. No, still Molly Ringwald goes with the guy the rich guy she wants. I can't help but notice that.
is not TV. You are not the main protagonist of a Hallmark Christmas movie. Just remember the time I went on a first date to the London Zoo, and at the gate he asked if I would mind paying for my own ticket, which I said I would, at which point he pulled out a 2-for-1 voucher. So I paid for my ticket and he went in for free. I had to break up with him. Our signs weren't compatible. Once again, here we go. Astrology is racism for white women. I'm a Gemini, and he told me not to flush when I peed at his house to save money, so I obliged until I went through his Discord and found pics of him drinking it. Oh,
Oh, God, lady. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna throw up. It turns out when Heath, saves on the water bill by saying if it's yellow, let it mellow, it's really a matter of that's his ideal beverage. What the fuck is wrong with people? Who are these sick people? Remember, I showed you that bit of Todd McFarlane on A Current Affair? Remember the segment of A Current Affair from Dumb and Dumber where the redhead's watching that and she says, "Who are these sick people?" Not knowing it's about Jim Carrey selling the dead parakeet to the blind kid. The equivalent of that would be like if instead of selling the blind kid a dead parakeet, he sold the blind kid jars of piss as bottles of lemonade. Geronimo, you missed a girl posting about how her boyfriend didn't want her to flush when she peed in his place just so that he could then drink it. Isn't that chick from those FBI memes? I don't know which FBI memes you're for sure, but I mean, you're looking at somebody who's trying to find the right kind of research to look into, like the right kind of book to find on the FBI to really learn more about its full history for Encrypted, considering the Encrypted is about an FBI agent, so learning about the Bureau would be more sound.
oh no. I invited him to the crib, cooked for him, gave him the sloppiest neck you can manifest in your mind, let him fold me like an origami bird, called him an Uber, then blocked him and never spoke to him again. I really beat him to the punch. We are learning the game too fast. Wow, you sure showed him. When I broke up with a white boy and he deleted his Stop Asian Hate story. Guys, my friend got banned from Tinder because she'd show up to dates without makeup and the dudes kept reporting her as a catfish. Oof. I don't know, I've always quickly shown the men I've dated what I look like without makeup because I figure if you don't love me at my naked-faced gremlin, you don't deserve me at my 2006 MySpace mid e-girl.
Although credit to her, she actually is aging a lot better than other YouTubers I've seen, men or women. Because I did look into older videos that this lady did, and yeah, somehow as like a college girl, she looked more gangly or weird than she does now. But okay. Compare that to when you look at the women of like the simp cast, especially I already mentioned that Star Wars girl who keeps piling on the makeup that makes it look more and more like she's having surgeries, like she's pumping in the Botox or whatever. Then this lady right here who is a little more dignified, which is hilarious considering the gross shit she's talking about in the content I've been showing you.
I wanted this man to be vulnerable with me for so long. He finally called me yesterday and opened up, but the second he started crying, I lost all interest in him quickly. Women be like, men need to show their emotions till a man shows their emotions. I told my husband not to buy me a Christmas present. I'm fuming that he actually isn't. Do not, I repeat, do not listen to women when they say this. Oh, I'm going to McDonald's. Do you want anything? No. Bullshit. Get them fries.
I know that from experience, but at the same time, yes, I would know. Although I wouldn't go to McDonald's. I would get her something, but it wouldn't be McDonald's. If I was going to tell a girl I was going to go to Five Below, I would at least get her a Pez dispenser. Or the last time I was at Five Below, I saw on their book racks they have a whole overstock of copies of The Shining. Maybe I'll get her that. It's Halloween. She might be interested in discovering Stephen King. I don't know.
I'll never forget this guy I was seeing didn't text me back for 3 days. And when he finally texted me, I was like, are you okay? And he was like, Yeah, I was just watching The Sopranos. When you are on your third kid and third baby daddy at 23, it's the hypersexual personality with a breeding kink for me. Okay, for the last time.
I agree, Nick, but then again, remember, I was saying, by comparison to that Star Wars girl who looks more and more like she's like a Twitch thought with the cheek implants and the Botox. By comparison to Shoehead right here, who, yeah, is made up, but, it does not look completely plastic. That's what I was saying.
You do not have a breeding kink. That is called being a woman. It is not a fetish. It came free with your genetics.
Yes. It's not a breeding kink, it's called, no, that's your body demanding that men fuck you so that you have babies. It's not a kink, it's the natural state a woman is supposed to be in. Read the John Norman Gore novels and get yourself a clue of how women really are. Not what Anita Sarkeesian's trying to make them into.
Someone just asked my due date. I am not pregnant. A reminder, once again, that unless a woman tells you she is pregnant, please don't assume. It's really hurtful. Oh God, do not do this. I have seen this actually happen in real life. The internet will never know when I'm pregnant, by the way. They'll just have to assume I'm eating good.
Oh, I've seen that in public. Guys seeing a lady like that thinking, oh, what are they expecting? And no, they're not pregnant, they're just fat. I remember even that being a joke on Malcolm in the Middle, because I actually watched that show back when it was on.
I was talking to this guy I met on Tinder, having the best conversations while we sipped on our boba, but when he found out my body count was close to triple digits, the conversation got quiet. He ghosted me after and blocked my Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok. Do all guys really care that much? Maybe I should start telling my dates that I'm a virgin instead. Yes, guys care that much. And not just guys, and especially triple digits.
Are you a porn star, lady? If your body count is triple digits, you're either a porn star or you're married to Logan or Jake Paul. And you really have no self-control. E.g., Hugh Hefner's dream woman, unleashed until you turn 25. Okay, awkward time because the smile does look really evil.
If you're somebody who takes sex...
The smile there that kind of makes her look like Denise Richards, who Denise Richards smiling always kind of bothered me. It always made her look a little too cheerful, like one of those Disneyland princess actresses that's always a little too in character, or like Terry Hatcher in Coraline as the other mother. Oh, and hello to Isaac in the chat saying congrats on 5,000. Well, I finished my bottle of sparkling cider, so I can still now just hold it up. And yes, I went and bought myself a denim jacket to celebrate reaching 5,000.
Seriously, and you think it's a special thing, or you're a virgin, or you yourself have a low body count, it's perfectly acceptable to care about body counts. But if you a hoe, or if you a man hoe, and you're a virgin, or you're just guys, and especially and blocked my Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok. Do all guys really care that much? Maybe I should start telling my dates that I'm a virgin instead. Yes, guys care that much.
Yeah, or the Stepford wife. That's another analogy to make, yeah.
And not just guys, and especially triple digits. If you're somebody who takes sex seriously, and you think it's a special thing, or you're a virgin, or you yourself have a low body count, it's perfectly acceptable to care about body counts. But if you a hoe, or if you a man hoe, and you care about the other person's body count, you're a fucking hypocrite. But I feel like even if you are a hoe or a man hoe with like a 20-something body count, I feel like you could still judge someone who's in the triple digits. How do you even meet that many people? I don't even know.
I'm assuming probably if you wind up working in porn. Yes. No, you're Stormy Daniels types, or you're Ron Jeremy types, or Evan Stone, or Jenna Hayes. I wonder what the Christian Kurt Angle thinks about his entrance theme in TNA featuring lyrics that reference porn star Jenna Hayes. If you listen to the lyrics of Kurt Angle's TNA entrance theme, that hip hop remix of the Vision Quest song "Lunatic Fringe." Isaac says, I know what you mean about Denise. Nice jacket. Thank you. Yeah, I was reminded of that because I saw on Tubi the Valentine, that post-Scream slasher movie she was in. And in the beginning, they show like all these yearbook photos of the actresses, and they show it looks like a real like middle school yearbook photo of her, and it's like it's like scary. Like, oh, Jesus. I'm waiting for her to introduce Coraline to the rest of the other family. Istophobos is in the chat now to say no self-control. Hell, no self-esteem is more like it. Well, especially when it comes to Stormy Daniels.
15 people. I'm gonna give this one a W because I'm just impressed. That's just impressive. When I got pulled over for speeding and the nice officer said I could just show him a picture of license instead because I forgot my wallet, and watched me scroll past multiple boob pictures and I couldn't tilt my phone the other way because my dad was in the other seat. Okay, there is nothing more stressful and anxiety inducing than handing someone your phone to show them a picture and you're just like, okay, give it back. Because if they accidentally swipe, they're going to be seeing your hentai horse futa.
Yeah, I remember that, of course. I didn't see it in the theater, but my father got the DVD for us to watch because, of course, he was promised Denise Richards in a movie, so he was bound to either see it in the theater or get the DVD of it later. A man who never liked horror movies, but made sure to always have access to I Know What You Did Last Summer because of, as he called her, Jennifer Jugs Hewitt. Even though I disagree. Yes, she had nice breasts, but they weren't like heaving, especially considering she was like the big teen idol princess at the time in the decade of when Jennifer Connelly was in her prime, who did have the huge Hebrew nursers out there. The way you can tell a Jewish girl, raven hair, no ass, heaving real big tits. You know, like basically 90s Jennifer Connelly was Kat Dennings with an attractive face and portion control. Yeah, and also it was even worse than Starship Troopers because you had her as being the girl the dumbass lead is always going after when incendiary redhead sex bomb warrior goddess Dina Meyer is right there and clearly ovulating at the sight of Johnny Rico, and the dumbass keeps wanting to go after selfish career bitch Denise Richards. And to the point where even Michael Ironside is like, you dumbass, ride the redhead, ride at her, cowboy. And then, no wonder it's so tragic, they finally get together, then she dies, but then again, it's a little bittersweet because, well, at least she died after finally getting that good dick.
Am I right? Who among us does not?
8,000. That's how many men have found freedom from the P word through
I remember one time I was so obsessed with a boy that I found out his address,
Speaking of scary smiles, look at this.
his mom and dad's number. I would call his mom, and when she answered, I would make up lies about him so he got his phone taken away so he didn't talk to other girls. I found his family members' names, how many times he moved houses, what's
If you're referring to Jennifer Connelly, I've always doubted that it was her getting a breast reduction and it was more that she just starved away. Because, yeah, look at her body ever since like the 2000s, and it's not like the rest of her was still curvy or whatever. It looks more like, no, she just started starvation diets. She just went on a starvation diet, and that's where, yeah, all of Jennifer's body has turned into like a number 2 pencil with hair. Ever since like 2011 or so, Jennifer Connelly now looks like Daniel Day-Lewis in drag.
schools he went to, found all his family photos, found all the girls he messed with so I could become friends with them. What's crazy is men.
Although, actually, I do love that movie Starship Troopers. I'm just saying it's sad that Dina Meyer was all that time, and it was such a sad ending. She finally gets that good dick, and then she dies. So now Rico, with now the selfish bitch high school girlfriend, now she doesn't have a man around. So now they're stuck back together by attrition. All right, let's go and rehear this again so we can hear it all the way through.
Am I right? Who among us does not have that on their phone? I remember one time I was so obsessed with a boy that I found out his address, his mom and dad's number. I would call his mom, and when she answered, I would make up lies about him so he got his phone taken away so he didn't talk to other girls. I found his family members' names, how many times he moved houses, what schools he went to, found all his family photos, found all the girls he messed with so I could become friends with them. What's crazy is men will look at this and they'll be like, I could fix her. Okay.
No, you can't fix her. That is the teenage equivalent of Single White Female. If you wanted to rewrite Single White Female as a teen thriller, that would be the kind of girl. Or like I would say not Fatal Attraction. That's not, yeah, more Single White Female, really. No, Well, these days, Jennifer, no. Dina Meyer, hell yes. Yes. Her, I want a slice of that carrot cake still. I don't care how much menopause it has. Jennifer, on the other hand, considering, how much she's been starving herself and also smoking. When it came to, I disagree that it was breast reduction. I think it was just her starving away. It's, well, considering that you've been seeing her smoking a lot. Yeah, it's a matter of she just smoked away her appetite and then smoked Harvey Weinstein's cock to win an Oscar and then squandered her Oscar on thinking starring in stuff like Hulk and a Jaden Smith movie was a good idea. And this is coming from somebody who liked the 2003 Hulk she was in. Commander says, I like Shoe on Head. Isaac says she got based after having a kid. Oh, yeah. I heard about that where, yeah, she was like a big in that YouTube speculator thing where they were all lefties that were just bashing Anita Sarkeesian because they just wanted to go their own lefty authoritarian way, in competition with hers. But then that bad breakup happened and she wound, I think the joke with her is that her politics are whatever her boyfriends are. Apparently, at one point, she was trying to date Vosh. God knows what kind of politics she would have happened if Vosh actually wound up dating her. But yeah, then she, married, she found herself with a right-wing guy, married him, and now they have a child. And Vosh now hates her because she will not feed her child to his dick. Oh yeah, or like that, The Crush. I remember that. Yeah, that was yeah, my sister loved Clueless. Clueless was a big hit. And then, of course, after that, got big, then like whatever other things that Alicia Silverstone had been in, then suddenly became all over the airways. The Crush started getting aired all over HBO all the time. Those Aerosmith videos she was in or why she was casting Clueless started getting aired on MTV all the time. Yeah. No, you can't fix her. Yes, correct. Estephobo says Jennifer Connelly publicly claims she had a reduction. Well, if she had a reduction, then it's not just the reduction, but the rest of her also from clearly starving. Yeah. So okay. But yes, Estephobo's Dina Meyer still looks good. Yes, While Jennifer Connelly looks like she just, lives off of obsessive jogging and smoking and maybe some wheatgrass, Dina Meyer is actually got like muscle tone on her and is actually really athletic. So good for her. I mean, there's a reason I successfully spanked it to a Massengill commercial once. Let's see. It's not just for white women anymore. The context of that, I'm not so sure. But yes, Vosh does need the wood chipper. That I understand what Commander's referring to. You don't remember that Massengill commercial Dina Meyer was in after Johnny Mnemonic, but before Starship Troopers, when all of those commercials for feminine hygiene all either would just flat out be a daughter asking her mom if she douches or would talk about fresh. That was the code word. Something the Nostalgia Critic is talking about that isn't wrong. Or it's like, yeah, in the 90s, we didn't talk about like women's things. They would use the code word of fresh. Or then the others, I'll just flat out ask it and I can't stop laughing. Mom, do you douche? Mom, do you ever get that day where you're not so fresh? Oh, yes, honey, that's why I douche. It's like a teenage daughter on like a canoe with her mom in the middle of the wilderness. And that's where you ask your mom about days where you're not so fresh. What? I said, well, Istophobos, he understands. Oh, I do. I'm just finding your overshare funny. Just chalk it up to me being a little too honest and a little transparency. A little transparent, yes. Well, Pepperidge Farm remembers, yes. Remember that time you masturbated to that Massengill commercial because Dina Meyer was in it and you've always had the hots for her because your attraction to redheads is overwhelming your better judgment? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Remember the time you tried jerking it to Johnny Mnemonic, but Henry Rollins was on screen too much for you to stay aroused? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Remember when you saw Dina Meyer in person at C2E2 and you tried to cover up your boner with your rucksack? Pepperidge Farm remembers. In case you wonder why I've avoided Pepperidge Farm for about the last 20 years. Pumpkin spice, the white women's seasonal drug, correct. Although Venkman denies that her dream man would be Roddy Piper in his kilt with pumpkin spice latte, it would be him holding eggnog. And well, I do remember that, yeah, the Noxzema commercial, and then when she was in that other, urban legends slasher movie, they make a joke about, oh, I heard it was the Noxzema, the girl from the Noxzema commercials. All those vintage Playboys you use for sources, those were real time for me. Well, I totally understand. Yeah, the dolphin, who I'm pretty sure was also the prop dolphin from SeaQuest, but with science-y cyberpunk shit attached to it. If anybody remembers that show.
Okay, so when I was in 3rd grade, I had a crush on this guy, but he had a crush on this other girl, and I cried about it to my mom, and my mom was like, who cares? They're not gonna get married. And that made me feel better until I saw today that they did in fact get married. This reminds me when people are like, oh, like, don't worry, your school bully is gonna be fat and ugly in the future. No, my school bully is a fucking bodybuilder now. She could kick my ass. It's
Well, that's also true, much to the chagrin of Patton Oswalt, but also at the same time, yeah, that little thing I was talking about with another one of those where, sorry, but yeah, you know, Some Kind of Wonderful was only a movie. Oh, no, it's not like they're not going to get married or anything. Well, actually, no, sometimes no. I mean, even in the society and decline of what we've experienced, no, still there can be a thing of someone winds up marrying the high school sweetheart. Or they have the friend who's a girl when they're, you know, a little kid in elementary school. Then they wind up growing up, hitting puberty and dating, and then they wind up getting married. Like what, you know, would have happened with the girl in My Girl with Macaulay Culkin if the bees didn't kill him. If anybody else, you know, was traumatized by the last 10 minutes of that movie.
important to remember that you were not the main character, and sometimes good things happen to people you do not like. And honestly, you're 27 years old. Time to move on from your 3rd grade crush. A guy I was hooking up with told me I was getting chubby and I should eat less. I just ate an entire f***ing pizza. F*** you, Brian. Oh, no. Do not do this.
Basically, the binge eating equivalent of those actresses who then, when they age off the casting couch, start getting the side shaves or the lesbian haircuts and the tattoos and start screaming about the patriarchy everywhere. You know, like Charlize Theron ever since A Million Ways to Die in the West killed her career. Something like that.
Do not spite eat to get back at someone calling you fat. You go to the gym and you get... What is happening out there?
Yeah, SeaQuest was good. When I had access to Peacock, I finally got to see that show for myself. And yeah, it's like each season they kept making new changes to the cast and the stories of what they were trying to do. The first season of SeaQuest, where it was trying to be like Star Trek underwater, actually was interesting. But then, yeah, well, I'll say that there is something good about season 2. The casting changes they made, the brunette, the hot brunette in the low-cut diving suits they had on they added to the show in season 2. Yes. I know my father would have disliked her because she had short hair, but I don't have any rational phobia towards women with short hair like the men of my generation. Well, what's the bigger phobia that boomer pervert men would have? Either using condoms or women with short hair. In case you wonder why John Derek thought making his wife cut her hair shorter for her role in Tommy Boy would somehow make her ugly. As if his wife didn't become an international sex symbol on the back of an unconventional hairstyle for white women. Trust me, 4-year-old me was not perturbed by was not blocked from finding Bo Derek sexy in Tommy Boy when she steps out of the pool in slow motion, just because she had my mom's haircut back then. In case you wonder why my mom went and got hair cut short like that and then divorced my father. I wouldn't say it's hot, but I'm not immediately turned off by it. As you can see by either Halle Berry in the early 2000s or Bo Derek and Tommy Boy or the brunette on the 2nd season of SeaQuest. Or even a replacement Dax on that final season of Deep Space Nine when, Terry Farrell was replaced with Nicole de Boer from Cube. Yeah, the brunette from Cube that looked like the discount Naomi Watson tank girl. Yeah, that one, that actress.
Who is dying. The guy I really like ghosted me because I posted a TikTok about guys with piercings, and he didn't.
Oh yeah, Demi Moore and Ghost. Yeah, or actually Demi Moore for like a while in the 90s kept that kind of hair. Or yeah.
Didn't have any. Honestly, kind of the man's L here. Women will often talk about what they're attracted to and what their type is, and they'll talk about like what men they find handsome, and like men who like that woman will like constantly obsessively compare themselves to those features and those people. They'll be discouraged because they don't look anything like them. Like maybe she likes blonde hair and maybe he has brown hair. But if she likes you, she will make an exception. And maybe she's attracted to things she didn't even know she was attracted to until she met you. Congratulations to the man who unmatched with me the moment I told him I was a journalist. Keep it classy, Middle America. Also, guess whose name I'm running through the court records tonight? What a Chad. Do not date journos. You unmatched me on Tinder, so now I'm gonna run your name through the courts. Okay, psycho. Oh, of course you worked for Jezebel.
Sounds like the kind of journalist who had a nervous breakdown not only when Trump was elected, but then when Johnny Depp won his court case against Amber Heard, and then again when Trump was reelected. And yes, I don't know why Galaxy Quest was brought up, but yes, that is good. Galaxy Quest best sci-fi comedy. Although I think that does remind me of another thing about the red letter media people being douchebags with bad taste when they did their review of Ghostbusters and they were acting like that. No, the Ghostbusters formula never worked with any other movie. Which basically what they're trying to say is that there was never any other big special effects heavy comedy that ever worked, which is pure bullshit. And of course, the only other like other example I can think of is intentionally bringing up the forgotten bomb that Ivan Reitman directed, Evolution, which was trying to do Ghostbusters light, but with aliens. Fuck you people, because not only was there Men in Black in the 90s, and even, well, if you're just going to go with big special effects, heavy, high concept comedy, besides Men in Black, there was also The Mask. And then after The Mask and Men in Black, there was Galaxy Quest. So you assholes, as usual, don't know what you're talking about. Well, the Frighteners, but the Frighteners was more horror comedy, and horror comedy is different, I would say, than Ghostbusters. Yeah, I know Ghostbusters has parts that, probably would have been scary to kids, but it was more high concept, more comedy with like big special effects really than like if anything, the Frighteners is unusual for the horror comedy staple, especially with Peter Jackson. Like the horror splatter comedies he had made before were like low budget, little edgy, gory things. And the Frighteners was more of a big studio thing, but still closer to bad taste or like Evil Dead or Reanimator, which definitely are not like Ghostbusters or The Mask or Galaxy Quest at all. Although Istophobos says, bangs aren't a hairstyle, they're a cry for help. Well, with most of the women these days that have the haircut like that, a lot of the time, yeah, it's very founded to look at them and not think, woman who thinks Tessa Thompson is a good actress.
Rest in piss. Women need to start using men for sex. Sleep with them and block them. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Who wants to tell her? No, but really, not all men do that, so now you're just contributing to this cycle of abuse. Do not do this. Woman L. My boyfriend said he was into BDSM, so he'd have me doing burpees, planking, wall sits, and push-ups. I was into it, and he said he loves watching girls get pushed to their physical and mental limits.
That's not BDSM, that's just intense exercise. Istophobos, I would say, well, Spaceballs is a spoof, really, not really a like a high concept comedy, like a special effects comedy. There's a difference between Ghostbusters or The Mask and then Spaceballs. Spaceballs being a spoof, that's where I would class that, apart from The Mask or, like I said, even Evolution. Well, Commander also brings up Evil Dead, Army of Darkness. Well, there's that. Like, I would say, like, the Frighteners for Peter Jackson's filmography is him going Hollywood with what got his start. Or an Army of Darkness is Evil Dead going Hollywood. It's Army of Darkness is like Evil Dead Beyond Thunderdome. I wouldn't really call this a thorough comedy. I'd say that's more of like that's an adventure film, a kid's adventure film. That's closer to, well, I would say Jumanji, especially because, well, it's also from a book by Chris von Allsburg, just like Jumanji.
When they submit to him. Then after a few months of this, he admitted he was just trying to get me in better shape because he didn't like having sex with me as much as he did at my old weight. Should I be offended? Okay, this one is just funny. Wait, what are these ages? 18 and 29. My old weight? Me and my boyfriend were hanging.
Okay, we got some we got a little John Derek situation going on there. And I don't mean the forced haircut, I mean the underage romance. Olistophobo says, The Last Jedi was an effects-heavy comedy. I laughed a lot. Well, yeah. Well, there is that, but that's more of a from a certain point of view.
A TV and I told him to just let me do it. And now there's 30 holes in the wall. How do I tell him I need him to do it? Let your man do man things. Men were built for war and hunting. And now they're stuck in cubicles for 8 hours a day doing Microsoft Excel. The least you could do. Buying a damn TV. I don't care. If you can open the jar yourself, give it to him. Men in captivity need to feel like they have a purpose, or else they die. Do you notice that men are no longer persuasive? Once they ask you
Yes. Open that jar. Open that door. Carry her off the bed and into the bathroom when you fuck her so silly she's exhausted and can't stand up and is just laying there in the bed, but she still has to use the toilet. Okay, men? This is for the men in the audience. Remember that. For the men who have the ability to fuck their woman so silly they're exhausted and bedridden, it's your turn to now go and lift her into the bathroom. Or at the very least, if she's wheelchair bound. Actually, Commander Classified says, liar, you didn't laugh at The Last Jedi, you were crying, because you knew the Star Wars franchise was dead at this point. Well, it was a matter of probably laughing because crying would hurt too much. There's a difference between laughing with the movie, like those those special effects comedies I was talking about, like Ghostbusters or The Mask or Galaxy Quest or Men in Black. You were laughing with the humor in those movies. And people were laughing at The Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker. Major difference right there.
on a date and you say no, that's it. These guys are told when a woman says no, that means no, and they're correct. So if you say no, you better mean no. Apparently, like a large percentage of men aren't even approaching women anymore. The amount of TikToks I have seen of women secretly filming men hitting on them, and the men are not even being creepy, they're being pretty normal, maybe they're a bit awkward, and the caption's like, "This creep was hitting on me, whoa, how dare him." Like, how do you think your parents met? How are people supposed to meet people nowadays? Tinder? Like, you can't just walk up to a girl or guy you...
No, Tinder is one step below porn. And the way basically the porn industry works, where it's almost like the breeding pens for pandas at zoo. You girl panda, you man panda, now go fuck. You man porn star, you woman porn star, now fuck. In essence.
think is cute anymore. You have to be swiping on them. I am afraid we have Me Too.
Even Bill Maher said as much when he was going and talking about the Stormy Daniels allegations of like, well, I mean, with her career, it's like, it's not like sex with strange men is anything different. Hey, Steve Stormy, now go fuck. Let me get the camera.
A little too close to the sun, and now the men are afraid of speaking to us. I asked my boyfriend if he wanted to rail me, and he said he was too tired. So we went to bed, and I literally woke up to him jerking it. Honestly.
Ouch. Ouch. Maybe he's just really sore, and you know, the thrusting requires hip and core strength, and he's just feeling too sore. But he's still aroused, so he can just lay there and jerk it. I mean, that happens, delayed onset muscle soreness can happen, in the core and the hips or whatever. So you're in the mood, but you don't want to, you can't, it's too much exertion for sex. So you just, go to town on yourself, Something reminded you of either seeing Denise Richards at the end or the beginning of Tammy the T-Rex, or you came across that old Massengill commercial that Dina Meyer did. So now you've driven wild, but also you're sore. So you just go.
Honestly, I can't decide whose L this is. Is it her L because he didn't want to have sex with her? Or is it his L for being too lazy? Perhaps she lays there like a dead fish. I don't know. Maybe work out your issues in private. Why is this even on TikTok? Wait, no, on second thought, do not work them out in private. This is great content. Please do keep posting. I got asked on a date today and I blocked the guy because he asked me what I wanted to do instead of just telling me. Listen, there is a reason women are so indecisive about things, about where to go, and especially about what to eat. It is in our blood. Back in the caveman times, we didn't have a choice. You hunted the mammals and you dragged them back to the cave. And that is what we ate. So you choose. You bringing home Chipotle is the modern man bringing home a mammoth carcass.
You come home and bring home Chipotle, and maybe you get for some tacos. I hear that I spent most of my teen years loving my body. Of course, it was tough love, but it's like masturbating's like trimming your nails. It's maintenance. You still got to change the oil. Well, yes. And yes, of course, Wild Things. Considering in Wild Things, we also see Denise Richards doing cheerleading practice, and that's before the three-way or the slow motion scene of her stepping out of that pool with her dark nipples through her one piece, or her death scene where she's there in her bra, or the pool fight scene that leads to lesbian makeout where she's in the two-piece while Neve Campbell's fully clothed. Yes, Sister Phobos, Wild Things is a masterpiece, except for the part where Kevin Bacon's bacon bits are on camera in the background. No, thank you. Please, no.
One time I was gonna have sex with this dude after a concert, and we went to shower off, and I did this naked little jig and went, "It's time to wash me holes," and he made me go home. No!
Yeah, if a woman's dancing like that, no, go home. Go home. Make it like the post-credit scene in Ferris Bueller. Go home. It's over. Go home. Like that.
I love this trend of women being like, "I want this," and men being like, "Okay," and women being like, "Wait, no, not like that. For the love of God, just say what you mean." Men do not know how to play these mind games. These boys autistic out here. A guy wrote to me on Tinder calling me quite the catch because I like nachos and Always Sunny. So I wrote back saying, "Well, if you're impressed by that, you should see my tits." And he unmatched me. I literally have no idea what men want. See, this is a woman who has on her mind that men want sex, 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 and nothing else. So she came out too strong right out of the gate and scared him off. I was on
To clarify, no. No, okay? Just to make sure. Just to make sure we're all clear on that.
a blind date. The guy opened up Tinder while sitting there with me and was swiping on girls. I guess I wasn't interesting enough. Haha. Oof.
Did you know that our food system is basically designed to be wasteful? We grow.
These are ad breaks. Sorry.
What's the hardest thing you ever had to say? It's me or the PlayStation. He took the PlayStation over his marriage and 10-year relationship. Oh.
Well, I'll say in his defense, one thing that the PlayStation has over a wife is a mute button.
My God. You know, I always say if somebody offers you an ultimatum between them and something else, take the something else. But in this case, I don't know, a PlayStation? Like, maybe there's more to this story, but ending...
If you're referring to his genitalia in a movie, then yes, I agree with that. Well, Ostophobos defends saying, the bacon bits got my girlfriend in the mood. I think I got a blowy at the drive-in seeing that movie. Well, hey, it benefited somebody. It was a blessing in disguise for you, not for me.
a 10-year relationship and marriage over a PlayStation?
I just came to the realization why I'm single. Every guy that I'm like, oh yeah, he's attractive, I see their wives and they just look like so like, you know, not like this, you know, like I pretend my tattoos are gone. That's why guys
Arm and hand tattoos with a septum ring. That's why guys don't want you, okay, lady?
don't want to wife me up. I thought these men wanted like, you know, big, strong, tough girls.
Okay, so first of all, she will find a man, okay? She's adorable, she's self-aware, she's just a little quirked up white girl with tattoos. Who doesn't like a little quirked up white girl with tattoos?
I don't.
Personally love tattoos. I love piercings. If I wasn't such a pussy, I would look like this. In high school, I was so determined to get an Avenged Sevenfold logo on the back of my neck. So happy that didn't happen. But anyway, some men do like her style. And trust me, judging by the internet, men love muscle mommies. But if she's not attracting the type of men she wants,
I don't. Hell no, says Geronimo.
she could just easily soften up her style. She could take the nose ring out. She could put her hair down. I'm not going to say L or W. This is kind of neutral. I'm leaning towards W because she's so self-aware about it. But I think she's going to make it. We're all going to make it, queens. If a man leaves you after you've cheated, he clearly wasn't a real man. Real men would work through it and help you become a better woman. They accept you with all your flaws. When I thought my man was cheating on me, so I slept with his dad, but actually he was just planning on his proposal to me and I ruined it.
That is both sick and malicious, where both the father and her are awful people. Your son is planning a proposal, so you go and accept the sexual advances of your son's girlfriend? Well, fuck you. In case you wonder why I was so reluctant to ever date in high school, knowing my father being the virulent pervert he was. If she was even remotely attractive at all, I knew basically I would have to stun gun him in the dick to keep him from trying to fuck her. He probably, if my father was around, he'd look at that and think, hey, I do that.
What? When you go through his phone to see if he's cheating, but you find screenshots of you cheating. When you checked his phone to see if he's cheating, but found nothing, then suddenly he said, my turn. Listen.
Hey, you want to be treated equally, ladies? There you go. Like what I was saying earlier this week about why men like Tom Arnold and Olivier Martinez are truly equal opportunity, examples, because they get alimony, child support from their wives. There you go. There you are.
If your partner wants all of your passwords and constantly wants to see your phone, reads all your texts, wants access to all your accounts all the time, and accuses you of cheating on them randomly, that's most likely projection, and they are cheating on you. Not
Like the men who constantly accuse other men of being, brain dead, entitled, insecure assholes who treat women like shit. Mostly it's just guys who can't get over being high school nerds projecting their insecurities, and they're far more taking women for granted and abusing them in some way or another. The Patton Oswalts and Joss Whedons, not the Zack Snyders. In case you wonder why those film school virgin YouTubers have such a weird, personally motivated hate boner for Zack Snyder or Michael Bay, because the guy who was the captain of the football team and the guy who was the surfer dude in high school, e.g., they had girlfriends in high school, becoming big budget Hollywood filmmakers, makes the nostalgia critics and the Jay Bowmans so violently angry that the guys they thought they'd be better than in high school are actually better than they are. And Nick just brought in a $3 super sticker right there with another little happy Shiba Inu right there. Well, my mother would enjoy seeing all these Shiba Inu coming around the mountain.
Not all the time. Sometimes they have trust issues, maybe from a different relationship. In these cases, yes, it was projection. Mom of two leaves her husband of 14 years for a stranger she was convinced was her soulmate after one magical night at a conference, only to be ghosted by him. I'm sorry, are we supposed to feel bad for this bitch? Because I don't. Men, if the DNA confirms the baby is not yours, it doesn't change the fact that you must take responsibility of the baby. Women go through a lot in marriages, and women deserve better. What? Woman, 37,
Yeah, I saw that. Mr. Phobos wants everybody to know he was a nerd, but still got laid in high school. See, alcoholism has some benefits. If you're still able to go and do keg stands at the keggers, I'm guessing even if you are a Big Bang Theory stereotype, you can still wind up with girlfriends. Unlike the writers of the Big Bang Theory.
stabs husband multiple times after finding explicit photos of another woman that
Woman stabs husband multiple times. Yes.
turned out to be her when she was thinner. No! This man texted me, "Thank you for showing me what it feels like to be loved. I can't wait to make you my wife someday." It's gay shit like that that makes me want to cheat. Women be like, "Wow, thanks." This is why it's so fucking hard.
And yes, they would do it with a smile on their face like she just did in ripping up your heart.
Hard to convince.
It hurts as bad as when Bret Hart got that kick to the face from Goldberg at Starrcade 99. I would know I was driving distance from the MCI Center when that happened.
It's men to open up. I hope and pray this king has found someone who actually appreciates him when he cheated on me with the same girl my other ex cheated on me with. Girl, that isn't your average hoe. That's your arch nemesis. You need to either defeat her in battle or commit seppuku right now. No other way. Betrayed. I suggested an open marriage to my husband to spice up our sex life. He then fell for his lover and I was heartbroken. Many.
What do you expect, lady? You were suggesting an open... You're a woman with a Slurpee color for hair, suggesting an open marriage, and you're surprised your man would leave you for the other woman? Yes, Commander. The Big Bang Theory, the show, is proof that too many people have never been punched in the face, and it shows. And Mr. Phobos wants everyone to know he'll be 26 years sober next month. Huge dental bills, not quite meth head levels, but getting close. Well, okay. Not everybody's teeth is cut out for alcoholism, apparently.
Many such cases. Woman wants to open up the marriage, man finds someone else and leaves with her. Because as soon as you open up the marriage, he's not going to take it seriously anymore because you're not taking it seriously anymore. And a lot of people just can't be polyamorous. They can only be monogamous. They can only give their love and intimacy to one person at a time. So L, common open marriage L. Getting 2 jobs and telling my boyfriend that I'll work 70 hours a week so I can pay the bills so he can find his dream job to find out he was...
No, don't fix her. Do not fix the broken girl. You are not the horse whisperer. If you remember the horse whisperer and there was the 4 in the corral, the father, the mother, the broken girl, and the whisperer, no. You are not the whisperer fixing the broken girl. Especially because in the movie, the broken girl was a preteen Scarlett Johansson who probably fucked Robert Redford on set for more career advancement.
cheating on me on the days I worked 16 hours, when he went on Tinder right in front of me an hour after taking my virginity. I nursed my cheating husband back to health from severe brain trauma. Then he cheated again.
I officially found something that's more fucked up than Stephen Hawking cheating on his wife with his nurse when his body was falling apart because of ALS. 26 years? Holy shit. That's how long to put that in perspective, that's how long it took Cerebus the Aardvark to get published. The comic that was written, drawn, and self-published for 300 issues, yes, that's how long that lasted. That's how many years, yes. By next month, that'll be the same time as March 2004, when the final issue of Cerebus was put on the shelves.
Okay, so I know this is about women posting their L's, but goddamn, these men ain't shit. No wonder there's so many insane, broken harpies coming at me when I talk about male loneliness. And no wonder there are so many men who think all women are lying whores. Y'all are destroying yourselves. Stop cheating. Is it that hard to not fuck someone? I don't think so. Look at my audience. Full of people who haven't done that.
I mean, the whole time I was seeing him, I was kind of just using it as a...
Speaking of sociopathic harpies, it's the Whatever podcast.
psychology experiment. I didn't
Looking at these shitty disposable cups, they make me miss the Desert Sunset disposable cups from the 90s. Remember that? You would see those at locally owned like fast food places. Those Desert Sunset drinking cups. Yeah, those. I miss those. I might go and track down a mug that has that Desert Sunset printing on them. No, I'm saying yes. That Istophobos has been sober for 26 years. Yes. This month, I was saying yes. Next month will be 26 years sober, and yes, that's as long as it took for Cerebus the Aardvark to have all 300 issues get put out on the shelves.
really like the guy. I more just wanted to see if I could break his heart. It was fun.
So did you break his heart then?
Just a wee bit. I hope I did a little damage.
Demon! Be gone, vile woman!
That woman does deserve an exorcism. I don't remember the rites of exorcism. I know on one stream I did perform the rites of exorcism on Hassan Piker, but I forgot the lines, so I'm gonna have to go through them while Peter is shaking the holy water on Chris, going, "The power of Christ compels you."
Congratulations, you have created another person with trust issues. People like this should be in jail. People like this should be in prison. People like this should be thrown in the pit. Remembering the time he came home and told me he
Yes, the Sarlacc pit in particular.
cheated on me, so I slept with him and made him tell me I was better. When I found out my boyfriend was cheating on me, instead of breaking up, he had me and the other girl give speeches on why he should stay with either of us. And when he chose me, I took him out to dinner and got him thank you presents.
That sounds like Joss Whedon's idea of rewriting that movie Two Girls and a Guy. Where Robert Downey Jr. has two different girlfriends separate from each other, but then they both find out and then confront him. But yeah, that sounds like how Joss Whedon would have written the ending to that movie. Well, considering it, yes, the modern woman is epitomized in their inability to tell the truth through the whatever podcast. It's probably that bitch projecting the way that, guys like Vosh keep saying, like that one British chick who disagreed with his politics, saying, oh, she's a pedo. And then he's the one who's caught sending dick pics to underage boys through Discord.
Never was much of a romantic. I used to beg him to stop cheating on me by giving him money. Me remembering the time I walked in on my boyfriend cheating on me and I left and came back 5 minutes later and asked to join. They declined. Women.
Ouch. If you are so unremarkable and unpleasant to your man that he is saying no to a threesome, if a man is saying no to a threesome, you are a especially repulsive case right there. What the hell? That just sounds like desperation. I'd be like, nope, see ya. Yes.
Women, get some self-respect. Holy sh**, I would say you could do better, but
Getting more without paying more.
anymore. Turn up the cheat. All women should have an affair once in their life. It made me feel sexier and look younger. First of all,
Or yes, you join right then, not 5 minutes later. And remember, this is, Venkman, so this is a woman's intuition. But yeah. We got that there. Now let's go back. Yes. They declined. That's why you join right then. You hop on in and hop on daddy. You hop on daddy, you get out your Stetson and your calf rope, and you swing away like Jessica Alba in Sin City.
Women, get some self-respect. Holy sh**, I would say you could do better, but honestly, I don't know anymore. Turn up the cheat. All women should have an affair once in their life. It made me feel sexier and look younger. First of all, did it? Second of all, This is the kind of shit the average woman has blasting into her mind 24/7. And you wonder why like 45% of them are destined to be single in 2030. And on the flip side, you have all these like manosphere red pill people excusing cheating, but that's a video for another day. Is the man I'm cheating with lying to me like he does to his wife? Yes. Yes, he is. Next, I've cheated on every single one of my significant others. Would you still take a shot? Fellas, would you take a shot? I swear to God, women with big titties can get away with anything. The power dynamic of the world is this. The peasants, the rich, the elites, the deep state, women with big titties. Broke up with my boyfriend who loved me so I could hook up with my coworker that I've had a huge crush on since forever, who just got out of a 3.5-year relationship. All to get pumped and dumped. Thinking about how my perfect first boyfriend who was nice and bought flowers and gifts and planned surprise dates and never followed girls on social media, and how I dumped him because I was bored and went off to date men who literally abused and cheated on me, LMAO. Thinking about the time I left a man who would do anything to make me happy for a literal bum. When I had a boy that had loved me unconditionally since we were 13, flies across the country to surprise me, and after 2 years still supported me and worshipped me, and I let him down for a lying, cheating piece of shit. I'm starting to suspect there's not a male loneliness epidemic, and it's more of a avoiding these evil bitches epidemic. This video was turning me into a misogynist. I always thought the woman leaving the nice guy for the bad boy and getting her heart broken was a silly trope. Like, I knew it happened, but I didn't know it happened this much. L's all around. Throw these women in the pit. I hope these guys find women who appreciate their niceness, because believe it or not, despite popular belief, most women do like that. I asked him how tall he was, and he said, I'm 5, and I immediately hung the phone up. Turns out he's 5'11". How do I apologize? I rejected this sweet guy various times, then a couple months later, he's dating someone new. Then once I got home, I cried. The time my prison pen pal came out of jail, f***ed me once and never spoke to me again after 2 years of telling me he loved me and wanted me to be in his life forever. I'm sorry, your what? Your prison pen pal? You're telling me the convict in jail was not a good person? Of all people? I left my husband because the sex was boring. Now I'm having the same problem with my new partner. There is a common factor here. He proposed. Aw, that's nice. To the girl he dated after me. Oh, I know we all let our dogs eat us out at least once. I'm sorry, we? Us? Who is this us and we you speak of? One time I was riding a dude and he pressed my bladder, so I ended up peeing all over him for a solid minute, and after I said, I'm claiming my territory. I pee in the shower so frequently that my feet are dyed yellow. I left my underwear on the bathroom floor after my shower the other day, and now there's ants eating my discharge. I'm not showing this, but it's literally just dirty underwear with ants all over it. You know, growing up, I was always told, like, oh, boys are the smelly, messy gender, and I don't know about that. Confession. One time somebody...
Yes. Yes. Especially post Amy Schumer. That is true. Who has to ask? Have fun with your cats, ladies. Yes, women like this. If that woman feels sexier, I would hate to see the before. Yeah. Cheating is okay and empowering when women do it. What the hell? Well, there's some Lena Dunham logic right there. If you walk in, nobody should be getting to the finish line. They should be running out the door naked. Correct. Or Geronimo, well, he does bring up the old line from the South Park movie, never trust anything that bleeds for a week and doesn't die. Sorry, Gregory, but I just have a hard time trusting anything that bleeds for 5 days and doesn't die. Who has to ask? Yes, Bankman is correct about that. Well, she's based ever since she got a boyfriend and now husband and father of her kid. That is based, so, I mean, there's that. And it does sound like Razorfist was a little jealous of all the views she got for her post-election video compared to his. And also, but then again, probably also because she's not Melanie Mack, and he's just inexplicably been simping for Melanie Mack in the last few months. So it sounds more like he's just, somebody he's not attracted to getting bigger than the girl he is, even if the girl was working alongside Jeff Keighley. So if anybody's more of a woman who is just going at grifting and going after whatever is the trendy thing to do. It's Melanie Mack, not Chew on Head.
Nutted in my mouth and his semen was chewy. I held back tears. Oh god, this one made me gag. Whose L is this? Is this hers or the man's? I don't even know. See a fucking doctor.
If you to the men out there, if your semen is chewy, you really should call an ambulance. And yes, Geronimo, yes, South Park definitely didn't coin that line. It probably was hilarious because it was a pre-existing joke. And well, uncharacteristic for South Park, it was an actually funny joke that they didn't beat into the ground by repeating it 500 times in one episode. Or in, one movie. They saved that for beating over the head with Finding the Clitoris. Isaac, well, if you're talking about him, joining in on the whole Goonergate stupidity and simping for Melanie Mack, I agree there. Simps are like people who spend thousands of dollars on in-app purchases. They ruin it for everyone. And yes, Commander, mouths can't get pregnant. How does jizz get chewy? That would be an interesting question for a urologist.
Okay, guys, I really need help. Every check from my sugar daddy bounced. Wells Fargo is closing my accounts, and I'm gonna owe them a lot of money. Like thousands and thousands. I'm in a full-blown panic right now.
What expect from a woman is dildo the cum commodity at dildo baggins? You're getting what you fucking deserve, lady. Tales from the Crypt style.
I don't know what to do. As a socialist, I really hate to say this, and I wish we lived in a different society and didn't have to give all our time and our life to this labor under this evil capitalist system, but...
Well, then that's for Isaac to clear that up. Referring to the Razor Fist talk earlier. And Geronimo says, I think I heard it in the 80s from a friend's old Vietnam vet dad. He had all that rhetoric down pat.
Get a...
But where does he get $1.5 billion check from Paramount? I want to know.
time and our life to this labor under this evil capitalist system, but get a f***ing job, bitch. I spent $20K on plastic surgery to try to get a man, but it hasn't worked. I've been single for 7 years. Well, you went from cute and unique to like cookie cutter Kardashian alien, but perhaps it is not the way you look. Maybe it is something else. You do not have to look like a blow-up doll to find love. In fact, you're more likely to not find love looking this way. $25,000 L. Everyone my age is having children, buying houses, and getting married. And I'm just over here crying with happiness that I got to hear Hillary Clinton say human rights are women's rights and women.
Did I mention this woman has doctor in her handle? A blue check mark with doctor at Oxford Diplomat. Don't be fucking surprised that she said this. What's the last line from Batman 89? I'm not a bit surprised. Yeah. What Kim Basinger said.
Women's rights are human rights in person. You don't have kids? How old are you? Me, 31. That surprises me. I'd be lost without my kids. I mean, how do you find meaning in life? Me. Marvel keeps coming out with films, so I have that.
I think Movie Bob may have found his dream woman. Since Anita Sarkeesian will never sleep with him and Lindsay Ellis will never marry him, maybe it's this lady. Maybe this lady Movie Bob will find some love with. He has been pounding down that Ozempic for nothing. Well, that and besides, of course, though, it makes him have better cardio so we can chase down those little girls and make them act out scenes from Cuties, the movie he loves so much.
Average millennial. Reject love and family. Embrace corporate media slop. Okay, it's one thing to just not
Honest Trader's idea of the perfect woman.
want kids. It's another to cope like this. At least I have Marvel movies. At least I have Hillary Clinton. Bleak. Thinking about the fact that I offered him $100 a week to add me back on Snap and talk to me, and he said no. I was so ready to pay that too. I still am. I will still pay you to add me back. Please, I'm begging.
Oh, Jesus. Well, maybe I gotta go and connect to this girl so then I'll always have a source for paying my internet bill.
Could you imagine this reversed? Like men paying money to talk to a crazy woman? Oh, wait. That's like 60% of my Discord.
I'm Rhea.
Donnie.
Nice to meet you.
Fun fact about
Let's see. In my experience, men may not be able to detect crazy, homicidal, or larcenous, but we sense desperation every time. Well, there's that. It says, a dehydrated cum shot sounds interesting and far-fetched because a dehydrated dude probably isn't dropping a decent load. Next says, well, someone's cum shot has more to do with the frequency of when they, fire off. Well, just ask Peter North. Let's just skip this footage and... We're on a mission to get 2 million... Fuck you. Give me my dick back. Fuck you, guy.
When I remember that I basically begged a dude who had his mattress on the floor and a plastic jug full of loose change on his mantle to be with me, and he said no. Still can't believe I f***ed a guy who made me drink water out of a Tupperware container.
What? The other thing worse was if that guy made you eat cereal on a plate with a spatula.
I f***ed a guy with actual shit on his floor. Okay, this is why so many women think men aren't improving or putting in a lot of effort, because they don't have to. They can have literal shit on their floor and you will f*** them. How are women's standards so high and simultaneously so low? I'm a liberal.
No, like Jennifer Lawrence talking about her dream man has to love dance moms, has to love these things, but in the same time, she fucked Harvey Weinstein in order to win an Oscar. Geronimo says, I think I'd like a desperate woman who wants me to be the guru of her one-woman cult, but I've been drawn to exceptional women in the past. Okay. And then we get this cucked shit ever since the Trump first Trump administration of women who bitch and moan about for years wanted men to have their feminine side. Now the soy boy male feminists are men that they're not attracted to. But then now in their deranged, ignorant minds, the only men they think of as being masculine are, well, now, of course, they cucked themselves, they done played themselves. So now it's the men who have the machismo of 80s action stars, but of course, automatically see those guys and think they're all a bunch of evil Trump voters.
It's hard to find masculine men to date who aren't conservative. Ladies, stop fucking thinking you need your man to align with you completely. Because you know who's gonna align with you completely? A woman.
Strange considering how Shoe Head gets made fun of for her politics changing depending on whichever man she's with at the time.
A woman with bipolar disorder. Woman marries a dog after 220 failed relationships.
Oh God, I talked about this earlier. I showed you this article, I think it was from like the Daily Mail, of this woman who married her dog on a morning talk show in the UK. I think Juliet even talked about having seen that when it aired. Oh God. Yes, this is real. We said before about when women can't get a man or they can't get a man and are able to have kids, then they'll have 7 cats or they'll go and start getting sexual with their dog. Look at this woman. This woman who looks like she's never been happier than to have her marriage with her dog. Gross. Now, me bringing it back to bashing Harvey Weinstein and Jennifer Lawrence, it could be Michigan football, and I would turn it into a Harvey J-Law diss. Yes. Considering that, well, Jennifer Lawrence is what happens when an Ohio State girl winds up as a Hollywood starlet. Considering, well, Nick, you've lived out there in the heart of Buckeye country. You've definitely seen those type of Buckeye girls out there who have that same smug, drunken, podunk, brain-dead, white trash sorority bitch, drunkard party girl attitude. But picture that white trash, that white trash bitch who thinks she's all uppity, who's drunk off her ass all the time, but then, put her in the Hollywood system, and you get Jennifer Lawrence. And yes, poor dog. She has made this dog give her oral sex. And maybe even gone through the, whatever it would take for the dog to mount her. Like the way Brian was when he violated Seabreeze. And on that note, well, we've got the peanut butter reception, says Geronimo. Isaac says, good night, brother. Love you. Congratulations. Well, good night to Isaac. Everybody wish Isaac good night. She buys a lot of peanut butter, I bet. Yeah. She spread the peanut butter all over her clit or maybe on her butthole and had her dog lick it off. And Nick says, yes, that's right. He's had a lot of encounters with those brain dead, white trash, drunk sorority sister types that think their shit don't stink. And that's basically Jennifer Lawrence. If she didn't go into Hollywood, she would just be a Kentucky-bound upper middle class version of one of those, uppity yet simultaneously white trash drunken sorority sluts. Oh, now he's violating Sea Breeze.
With men. The fate of every lonely man is suicide, and the fate of every lonely woman is marrying her dog. Unfortunately, I can't make a cute recap video of this year because I spent 2022 ugly crying over my ex, quit my job, ended up in the psych ward, and got an STD. It really
Well, the septum ring was the dead giveaway, wasn't it?
does need to be studied why women love posting their L's. My theory is that like women's go-to humor is self-deprecation. Like female comedians do it often. Even me, like I'm constantly making self-deprecating jokes in videos. So it could be that, or it could be just like a cry for help or attention. I have no idea, but what I do know is you couldn't beat this shit out of a man. So that was that, whatever that was. Wait, I guess I'll leave you guys with a question. Post one of your biggest L's. Did you ever fumble a relationship? Did a girl flirt with you 10 years ago and you didn't realize she was flirting until now? If you want to support the channel, please consider donating to my Patreon, link down below.
That's it. That I think I actually did leave a comment on here. Oh yeah. The comment I left was, growing up, I really liked the Casper movie. Growing up, I really liked the Casper movie and thought that Christina Ricci was the most beautiful girl alive. Then when I was 7, I actually asked a girl, can I keep you? And she freaked out. That was my first lesson in how you shouldn't do whatever movies convince you is the best thing to do or say. As you can tell, that's also the most recent comment. But then again, this video is a year old, and even with all the subs and views she gets, yeah, a year old, that's still, that's ancient. That's yesterday's news. Even for a channel like hers, where she might do like a video a month or so. But as I said before about what channels get what kind of followings or not, her having been doing content since like the early 2010s, yeah, just by the example of being around so much and having such, such a big sub count, and having the big Patreon, following and all of that, yeah, she can go and do like a video a month and still, live well with the husband and the son. Geronimo says, I should use that line, can I keep you? That's well, I'm guessing, Geronimo, you don't remember the Casper movie from the 90s. Like, considering how, but her playing Wednesday, Jenna Ortega has kind of become like a Latina Gen Z Christina Ricci. I wonder if anybody would ask, can I keep you in Spanish? Oh, wait. No, let's do a little something right here. Looking at Jenna Ortega, it probably is easy to imagine somebody asking her, ¿Puedo mantenerte? And I just got a DM right here. The direct message. No, not there. Might have been. Oh, no, wait, here. This is something that Commander Classified just showed me. He just sent this through Discord.
Hey everybody, James Yeager here with Tactical Response, and I got the terrorist mouthpiece with me. This is go introduce yourself.
I'm Dana McClendon. I am the consigliere to the Camden Mafia and the terrorist mouthpiece.
But what are we going to talk about? What are you going to talk about today?
Today's lesson it's a little off the beaten path of tactical response, but it's still something that you can use every day. This is the hot, crazy matrix. It's what you need to know about how to deal with women and how to analyze the situation that you may be in or want to be in.
Okay, let's take a look at that right now.
Okay, so this is the Universal Hot Crazy Matrix. It's everything a young man needs to know about women. I've developed this on my own over 46 years of living on the earth. So this is how it works.
Yeah, the hot crazy matrix. This guy is clearly a guy who looks like he's, had a lot of experience with the women to understand this matrix. And Geronimo says, I remember the Casper movie, but I saw it once, and now he listened to the soundtrack of the movie more than he watched the movie. Well, I mean, okay. What I remember of the soundtrack was Little Richard at the end of the movie doing a cover of the theme song.
You have your crazy axis and your hot axis. Hot is, as usual, measured from 0 to 10. We're all familiar with that. Crazy is measured from 4 to 10 because, of course, there's no such thing as a woman who's not at least a 4 crazy. So you got 4 to 10. This is your hot crazy.
Juliet's around to say he's never had a woman. Yes. And remember, woman's intuition here with Juliet. She sees this guy and says, yes, he's never had a woman. As I've said before, so much of the advancement of the channel this year has been because of the women in my life and around here on the airwaves. So I trust them. Oh, yeah, that gross part. Yeah, Nick says, all I remember from the Casper movie was the scene of the ghost eating and all the chewed up food falling on the ground. It all looks like feces. Yeah.
Line right here. Very important that you keep in mind where the hot crazy line is. As a rule, this is your no-go zone. We do not hang around and date and marry women who are not, at least in our mind, a 5. So this is your no-go zone. You don't go here. We just rule this out. Life is better this way. That's the way it is. All right. Above a 5 and to about an 8 and below the crazy line, this is your fun zone.
Well, Istophobos, he might have a point here. This guy here doing this chart has had plenty of women, just always the ones you pay up front. Yes. Well, considering, Venkman right here, she's got the ice emoji. Yeah, Venkman's vagina is completely dry like the Arizona desert in August at the sight of this man.
You can hang out here and meet these girls and spend time with them. That's your fun zone. But keep in mind, when you're in the fun zone, you want to move out of the fun zone to a more permanent location. Okay. So that's the fun zone above a 5, hot, below an 8, hot, and below the crazy line. This means these are most of the time not crazy. Okay. Above the danger zone, above the crazy line, we have the danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany.
Your strippers, your redheads, anyone named Tiffany. And well, I happen to know of one Playboy channel lady that was a redhead and a stripper who was named Tiffany, so she's all 3. The danger zone, and not the fun danger zone like Kenny Loggins was singing about back in the 80s. Not that kind, no.
This is hairdressers.
Or hairdressers. Well, that explains why John Peters is so fucking nutty.
Where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail. Now that we have some of the chart filled in, we got a couple more pieces to put in. But at this point, understand something. This is not a static environment. This is a situation where you have got to use this matrix over time to develop some reliable data. It's like a dope chart, okay? Because at any moment in time, any woman that you have previously located on this chart can vanish from that location and appear anywhere else on the chart. So what you have to do is over time, collect some data. And once you have a cluster of data points, you can begin to consider that reliable. Now, moving on.
The best sex may be in the danger zone, but like a Navy SEAL, you get it, do the job, and get out. Correct. Considering how both halves of my family have that, a lot of military experience, yes, it's in the blood for me.
You have this zone here. This is below the crazy line, above an 8 hot, but still, you know, about a 7 crazy. This is your date zone. You can stay in the date zone indefinitely. These are women that you introduce to your friends and your family. They're good looking and they're reasonably not crazy most of the time. Okay, so this is, you can stay here indefinitely. Now, above an 8 hot and between about a 7 and a 5 crazy, this is your wife zone. Okay, when you meet this girl, you should consider a long-term relationship. This zone is not scaled.
Does this guy look like somebody who would be a stunt double for Michael Douglas in Falling Down? When I see this guy, I immediately think of him pulling an automatic weapon at a burger joint for not serving breakfast after 11:30.
To size. This is a representation and not an actual. If this is not a pie chart showing you how many of these people are out there, this is simply a representation of what you're after. You want to be 5 to 7 crazy, above an 8 hot. That's your wife zone. Okay. Now, below a 5 crazy and above an 8 hot, this is your unicorn zone. These things don't exist.
Well, now you know why there is that men out there who try to go looking for the unicorn and want to pet the unicorn, like the princess in Legend when she wants to pet the unicorn. It's just 1 minute past 11:30. And then you go, this guy, yeah, look, this is the guy who, it's a minute past 11:30. He would pull an Uzi on the manager.
If you find a unicorn, please capture it safely, keep it alive. We'd like to study it and maybe look at how to replicate that. Okay.
Before Tim Curry sends out his goblins to cut off its horn, so then darkness will prevail for all eternity.
So I was explaining this to a guy one time and he said, wait a minute. I met this girl and she's like smoking hot. She's like at least a 9 and she's chill. She's
okay, Commander. He tells me to just wait till the end. All right.
Totally cool. She's like not even a 3 crazy. I said, you're telling me you've met a girl, she's a 9 hot, and she's like a 2 or a 3 crazy. He said, yeah, man, I like her a lot. I said, you should be careful. That's a dude. You're talking to a tranny. So you got to be careful because.
In case you wonder why, the lead in the Crying Game got along so well until it found out, oh, it's a chick with a dick.
Down here, below a 4 crazy and above an 8 hot, you're probably talking to a dude. That is the universal hot crazy matrix.
All right, Dana, that was pretty good. Now, let me ask you, like, for the women watching, is there a male version of that? I mean, would it also be?
Oh yeah, it's a little simpler.
If a dude is super hot, okay.
Yeah, it's a little simpler, but we can do it real quick. It doesn't take very long at all. For women, this is your.
Well, Juliet, you know, we're going with the women's intuition and the women's experience, and he's just insulted Scotland.
Matrix. You got your cute axis and you got your money axis. Okay. And if you have, there's only 3 sections. Women have a very large no-go zone. This is for dudes who are neither hot nor have a lot of money.
So basically 90% of the men in Hollywood before they become rich and successful.
You'll notice over here, this is the husband section. Once you cross a line and have sufficient amounts of money, it is no longer relevant how hot you are. And then women have a fun zone here where a dude is broke but hot.
Like Brad Pitt in the 80s. or David Duchovny in the 80s.
That is the cute versus rich matrix for women's use.
There you go. Remember, your responsibility to be ready to date hot bitches never ends.
Well, that's his big mic drop moment, I guess. And with that, well, he's spot on. And well, with that, this is the last call, ladies and gentlemen. The last call for super chats, the last call for channel memberships, and the last call for donations into the store. Let's go on in and do this. You want to go and let's go make this one a big, a fun, a time right here. Let's give an epic conclusion to all this and give ourselves a nice, fun moment right there. Give it all a great one. And well, I thought as we're getting to there, here is what a real man has to say about women's lib. This involving the one and only Clint Eastwood. But wait, let's get past this. Bitch. So of course she is in HR or in some other type of regulatory body that is forcing women into positions where they do not fit. Well, if you remember,
Pressure. Your ability to apply the law in a hypothetical situation and so on. Okay?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been on the force?
9 years.
What department?
and yet thank God for True Detective. When finally, not only did you see her, but every single inch of her naked body, to the point of I can draw her labia and breasts from memory if you wanted me to. Commissions are available. Follow the link in my store. The link to my store is pinned to the top of the chat.
Mainly personnel and records.
Personnel and records.
Yes, sir.
Just that needs to be as much of a meme as Captain Picard face palming. Yeah, we got to do that. I'll screenshot that later. Mr. Phobos says that the difference between Kate Beckinsale and Alexandra Daddario is about 6 crazy points. Alex is a 5 and Beckinsale goes to 11. Well, that's probably why Daddario is about to turn 40 but still has a human face, as opposed to the rubber shit that Beckinsale's had ever since about the 4th Underworld film, and also apparently recreated when she gave birth to her daughter on her daughter's 16th birthday. And also, Daddario didn't fuck Harvey. Unlike Beckinsale, who fucked Harvey Weinstein and all she got was this lousy supporting role in The Aviator. See, as opposed to Kate Beckinsale, who did, one pre-implants topless shot in an early movie in Britain, and then when people were going to pay for the nose to see her naked, she was going, oh no. But then still, be the type of hypocrite that will not do nudity, but then when she's starring in an action film, her first scene is her stripping down to her Under Armour bra and panties before taking a shower, but then walking away. But he actually plays audio of one of Anita's tropes versus women videos. And when this lady eventually becomes Callahan's partner, she storms in with her gun up, and Razor's joke is Kickstarter donations now. And then this lady later on was half of Cagney and Lacey, and yeah, I remember that. I think she was the one who was the drunk out of the two of them in the 80s. The one who she would listen to that song, one bourbon, one scotch, one beer, and that would be what her and Jennifer Lawrence would call breakfast. Yes, one bourbon, one scotch, one beer. Most people would call that a song. Jennifer Lawrence would call that a well-balanced breakfast. Oh, that thing clears it up. Oh, yeah, not the drunk, the one who was the single mother. Okay. That Commander brings up, too bad the politicians weren't part of Jonestown. No, but the likes of Harvey Milk were still sending correspondences of abject friendship to Jim Jones just before he mass murdered 907 people, a lot of them poor and black. The fact that there was a female professional who was allowed to have an intact family on 80s TV, well, the Hollywood incrementalism hadn't quite gone total. Well, there we go with that. A little bit of fun. And Emily Kruger is in the chat here saying congratulations on hitting 5K subs. Well, thank you there, Emily. You've been here a while. And yes, everybody thank Emily, who came in here from Eric July's channel, just like Isaac did. So yes, the blonde was the single one. Okay, that's the Jennifer Lawrence idea of a balanced breakfast. And Commander wants everyone to know that he was racist long before it was cool. Long before the modern left made it acceptable if you just couch it in the right type of platitudes. As they're thanking Emily for coming to the stream, hoping all is well. Everybody saying hello as we're reaching around towards the end of this shindig since, well, it's been a good long while. And well, considering this is a big celebration, me going definitely a lot longer than I usually do, well, it's a special occasion. So yes, why not go ahead and do that? Why not make it that kind of fun? Magic right there. Just a little bit right there. Oh no, I'm white, so my racism is different. Maybe. Just maybe. But this was a great way to celebrate. This was a great time to do this. I've made something around here. I've made something where I actually have an audience. I have something of an actual income about this. I have something where this is also a way where I'm not utilizing other ways of being able to have this audience, have this channel right here where it is expanding into my business with my actual career here artistically and all that. So now it's a matter of getting to the other 5,000 subscribers, and with the audience I've already accrued here, with getting to the other 5,000, then definitely I feel confident I'll be in that level, having the type of regular viewers and the regular buyers of my work, were then having the type of paying audience that would then be able to go and get my old comic out there and printed and getting encrypted out there with one issue after the next to get that whole 12 issues at least series out there for the world. Definitely, we're all going to be around here to go onward and upward for sure. So everybody's thanking everybody right there, as well they should be, because this really was a matter of me entertaining you or trying to entertain all of you while there actually being an audience that has developed for this. So until then, I thank you all for watching. Of course, subscribe so we can reach to 10,000 subs, become a member today, and also shop in my art store with that second link below where there's the artwork you can buy or that you can commission or that you can go and support with a donation. And besides all that, tomorrow I will still have shorts at 5 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 and 6, and a new video at 6:30, and I'll be live again at 10. So until then, felines, slam it, lick it, suck it.